Hello everyone and welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio Space Exploration. And yes, after a week of holiday, I'm back and ready to carry on and start beating my head against various complicated things like arcospheres and whatnot, and no doubt lots of other fun stuff. However, I did realise while I was doing the Haha! I'm glad I've saved your evening, Garrity. Hello everyone, thank you for the welcome. Right, so yes, I did notice while I was making the most recent catch-up video that Asalia is rather struggling for power, shall we say. If we have a look on here, we'll see that, yeah, it's all just a bit wrong. So, the first thing, and yeah, look at this. Okay, I didn't help by coming in and putting in 6 core mining drills, which are all using about a bajillion power each. But, you know, I want to have this sort of resource gathering going on. So, first thing I'm going to have to do, thank you, Matt, is to set up some more beam power systems to be working from the orbit around the star. Now, I did discover last time that these were sort of barely just about kind of almost keeping up. It's kind of hard to tell because this is quite frankly a mess. But I think we might be generally okay, and it is just the no, I take it back. No, I think everything is suffering. So yes, we need a lot more power here. So at the moment, we're trying to use somewhere in the region of 500 megawatts. But could that be because I don't know. I can't read the numbers under this. I don't know how many megawatts we actually need here. So let's aim for a gigawatt because that's a nice round number and that's fairly easy to do. So yes, that means I need to head back over to the star again, over to Kalidas. That's the name of the thing. I've almost forgotten. It's been so long. And I need to have an enormous number of solar panels, which I've got like 1,000 between what I've got in my inventory and what I've got in here. So that's not too bad. But I also need an enormous quantity of space scaffolding because that's what I ran out of last time I went over there. So let's get started on that. Right, so down here somewhere. It may take me a minute or two to get back up to speed on all of this, of course, but somewhere around here, is it this one? Yes, here it is. 10, 3,000, 4,000, that'll do. And maybe some, oh yep, here we go, here are the solar panels. I can grab a few more of these. Now, I do have some of the even more powerful ones now. Because I got them from tearing apart the big ship out in wherever it was. Oh yeah, I know why it's flickering. I was just trying to work out how much power I actually needed in order to get it to play nicely. Get rid of that. Get rid of that. Yeah. So yes, I fully understand why the flickering is happening, but yeah, I want to fix it so it's not flickering. I don't care about the whys and the wherefores and the how tos and so on. So let's just tidy some of this up so I can grab some more of these. Right, there we go. That's probably going to be enough. Ooh, all right, bots, take stuff away. So yes, Peter. I have to admit I did start about 40 seconds earlier and just basically started talking. So to plan for today is, well, that's a good question. My initial plan is to go and fix the power shortages on Asalia because at the moment it's flickering like a lunatic. And that, well, let's get flying and then I can talk a bit more without concentrate on that. Right, so at the moment there isn't enough power on Asalia. These 4 reactors are not producing enough power, so I've got this flickering thing going on here. Now it's flickering because as I said, that I've got the core miners being turned on and off to try and just keep things slightly under control, and keep everything else running. So it's kind of basically sort of working-ish, maybe nearly. So that's hopefully keeping the important stuff, like all of this stuff, alive and running. And it looks like it is. That this stuff, all these machines do seem to be basically okay. But I do want to get a bit more free oil, and I want to get a bit more free resources out of here. And this is because I've got it up. Where's the power coming in? I've forgotten. Somewhere around here. Here we go. I've got some accumulators hooked up to a switch in the standard way of seeing if there's any power available, and turning this off when there isn't enough power, so it's flickering back and forth all the time because that's how these things work. Because I haven't. These are flickery too, actually. Because I haven't bothered to set up a latch or anything like that because this is only supposed to be temporary. So, yeah, I'm going to head out. I'm going to set up a load more power plants because I want to set up beam power for Asalia, as I say. Then I want to set up another beam power system for Trelos, and that's where I was going to go off and set up another Trelos. I was going to go over here and set up another core mining system. Now this is quite a big planet. In fact, this is a chunky planet. So this is a good one to set it up on. There's a little bit of a threat, but not very much. It's not too bad. So if I get some more beam power going here, then I can get a decent amount of resource dragged up from here. Now we've got biter meteors to worry about, as it says here. So I'm going to need to be careful about that. So I'm going to need to make sure I set up meteor defenses. That's quite important. But then hopefully this will allow me to get a bit more input of all of this, of all the resources that I'm ripping through at a crazy rate. So yeah, all right, let's park. I'm sure here is as good as anywhere else. And come out here. And how much space have we got? Okay, so I could continue this up here, I suppose. Fill in the gap across the top. Pick up this rock. I'm not going to be able to do that because my inventory's full. So let's put down some of this. Loads of space platform across here. Like this. Plenty of space for the whatchamacallits. Yes, that is a technical term. Solar panels, and this will give me plenty of power to play with. I hope. We'll see how we get on. Let's pick that up now that I can, and all of this nonsense up here. In fact, you know what? Let's use the bots to do that because this is the sort of thing that bots are actually good at, rather than me doing all of that by hand. There we go. Oh, and that one as well. There we go. So let's see now. Now, obviously the easiest way to put a load more of this down is to use the bots as well. So I'll do that. Put some there and there. Oh, I actually got this exactly right. That never happens. Put some more down there. And then once I've done this, I'll check and see how much power I've actually laid down and whether it's going to keep things running nicely for me. So I want a gigawatt for Salia. And then I'm going to want probably a similar amount for whatever the next planet, for Trelos. Maybe not. Maybe a gigawatt is overkill for Trelos. I'll probably aim for that anyway, though, because I think with it being another core mining facility, how much do those core miners actually use up? Let's have a look. Let's not look at Asalia because that is a silly place. Let's look at where things are going funny. Myokin. So we've got 50 megawatts times 6. 300,000. Okay, 300. So we need I need half a gigawatt being sent in there actually. So that should be fairly easy. Okay, so what have we got now? We've got 26 out of 31. So we've got another 5 to play with. That's not too bad. I can get. If I come over here. Please tell me. Please tell me I've got all the bits for this in my spaceship. I think I have. Why are you guys out of? Oh, you're out of ammunition. Oh dear, I've run out of meteorite defense ammunition. That's probably why there's meteorites scattered everywhere. Grump, grump, grump. Okay, so over here. If I've come out here without the stuff to build all the things I need, I'm going to be very disappointed in my memory. Oh no, there we go. No, I haven't got an emitter in there. Oh, for goodness sake. Okay. Fine. Let's set up some more solar first over here, just because I can and I've got the stuff with me. Or have I? No, I haven't. As ever, I've run out of the scaffolding. Right. So let's go back to Norvis Orbit. Can you tell I've been away for a week? No, not Norvis Orbit. There we go. Get the stuff I actually need for this blooming process. So I'll need another beamer. I'm going to need, let's see, it's about... So Asalia is basically the same distance away as Norvis. So which one's firing at Norvis? Not this one. Is it this? Probably this one because it's got... No, it's Tulip. Myokin. Norvis. So we're getting 64% efficiency. And I'm reckoning on needing about... Is a gigawatt overkill? Let's whack in two emitters and see how that does, and then put in some more afterwards if it turns out I need to. And then do the same for Trelos, I think. So I'm going to need 2 emitters. I also was considering maybe doing beam power for Henkasesri as well. So let's put in 3 more of these emitters, and then just try and stick 2 injectors on each one. That seems like a good way of doing it. 40 seconds still. So that'll be three emitters, 3 of the pipe things, and then 6 injectors, and then a couple. I was going to say a couple more for somewhere, but no, there's nowhere that's actually short of power that has already got a beam power system set up. So I don't. So yeah, 3, 3, and 6. That's not too bad. And I've already got a few of these. So I've got some of the injectors and the chambers. I just don't have the massive emitter things because I forgot to actually stock up on all the useful stuff before I left. Dumpty dumpty dum. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Arrive. There we go. Oh, I anchor automatically. That's a bit easier. Right, so let's fly down here, get all of the zappy shenaniganery. That's over here. No. Oh, it's this thing here, I remember. Right, so we don't have any. Oh, good. That's probably why I don't have any. Because we've run out of air. How have we run out of aeroframe bulkheads? What's going on in here? No, seriously, what's going on in here? I have no idea what was going on in there. It looks like some aeroframe poles managed to make it through for some reason. That's a bit weird. Let's get rid of them. And those, and those, and those. Right, so that's a bit of an annoying delay. But I need, let's see. So I needed 6 of these. I've got 3. Yeah, I think there was. I think that's what ended up in my inventory. So yeah, that's a bit irritating. But never mind. It's sort of sorted now. Oh, there's 10 emitters in there and 1 chamber, and I need 3. Okay, so I don't need any more emitters. I need 1 more chamber. No, I need 2 more chambers after what's in there, and I've got 2 chambers. So I'm okay on chambers. It's just these things that I need 3 of now. So there's 1 in there now. Oh, no, there's 2 in there. Okay, cool. We are nearly there then. It's not quite as bad as I was making out. This is going to be... It's just a case of filling this up as much as necessary. With 200 heavy girders that are being inserted by a red inserter, and just red inserters are slow. So this is going to take a moment or two. I mean, I could do funny shenaniganery like putting a splitter in there and then a stack inserter in there. In fact, let's do that. Funny shenaniganery time like that, and then that. There we go. Now it's just this one that's... No. Oh. Crap. There we go. Now it's just this one that's frustratingly slow, and that's harder to deal with. So, I won't. I'll just ignore it. But we're filling up quickly with a superconductive cable, and it'd be nice if you... Oh, we're still waiting for a massive... How much... Did that say 1,000 glass for one of these? It did, crikey. These things are expensive. Lots and lots and lots of stuff to go in. But it's being put in by a... But it's being put in by a nice fast inserter. At least it is now. So hopefully we'll get that going fairly quickly. Okay, so now we're just waiting for a massive quantity of glass to go in. Okay, well, while we're waiting for that, let's go and get some more space scaffolding, because I'm going to need a lot more of that for the other end, for putting all the solar panels on. Oh, I'm full. Let's get rid of all of those and turn that off. Let's get rid of all of those and some of those and those and those and those. The nonsense you end up with in your inventory when you start picking stuff up, dear me. And let's get rid of that as well. That isn't the way to get rid of those things, actually, come to think of it, but never mind. And these, and that, and that. If I was organised, I'd also be picking up all the stuff I need for putting down the beam receivers as well. So I should probably do that. So I've got... Right, I think everywhere I'm going to be trying to put in ones that will receive a whole gigawatt. So that's going to mean I'm going to need... have I got... Yeah, these things. So we need 2... What is it? No, it's two of the heat exchangers, 1 turbine generator, and 1 receiver. So let's go down here and get that stuff as well. You done yet? You are. No, give. Oh, we've got 4 now. Let's put 1 back. There we go. Right, and then the stuff for the high temperature heat shenanigan. Right, okay, so here are the receivers. We need 1, 2, 3 of those. We need 6 of these. 6. I think I've been playing too much Minecraft. I'm holding down shift when I should hold down control. And then 3 of these, of which I've currently got 2. So there we go, 3. Plus a load of pipes. I've got some pipes. Plus probably some tanks. Plus also let's actually look at one I've already got set up in a here's one I made earlier kind of way. So I can actually try and get this right. Oh, that's an old style one. I don't want that. Maybe Tulip. Yes, Tulip has them. Actually, Tulip has an extra big one, but that's fine. I can just look at a little bit of it. So pipes. Oh yes, the condenser turbines. Mustn't forget those. Do I have any of those? Yes, I've got 16 of them. So that's plenty, because it's only 3 per turbine generator, and I'm putting down 3 of those. Yeah, that's plenty. Right. I think I might actually be ready this time. Famous last words, I know. I'm going to grab some more scaffolding as I go past, because that's what I always run out of. There we go, like that. Then back out to the sun again. Oh, or just fly smack bang into the side of my spaceship, if that works too. Kalidas orbit, go! Whoosh! Or blip, or whatever it is these ships can make. Right, so hopefully I'll get things right this time. I probably won't actually go to Trelos just yet because I don't have all of the stuff I need to build a core mining facility and make sure it's defended against biters and biter meteorites and all the other sort of fun stuff that tends to happen on greenish planets. We'll see. I did have plans that I was talking about in previous streams of making a military landing ship. Which basically is a ship that flies over there and then lands a pod that's just completely surrounded by by weaponry and probably shield generators as well. So it can just land in the middle of as many biters as I want and defend itself. I could even put an artillery piece in the middle of it. That'd be quite cool. Oh, interesting. I have not updated to the latest version of Space Exploration because it was only released over the weekend and I hadn't noticed it happened. That's quite interesting. Right. That's worth knowing. I'll have to give that a shot. This is going to be a biter meteor planet. Although I could use the plague rocket on this one because I don't care about harvesting any vitamelange from it. But I don't know, plague rocket's a bit gross, so I may or may not do that. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff in space exploration. I tend to find that the doing the first one of each of the space sciences was quite difficult because they all required a sort of not a new way of thinking as such, but there were new challenges to solve for each one of them. And then once you'd done the first one of each, it was then a bit easier to do the rest because they were just sort of they were more, or at least it was easier to do the second one. I won't say they were more of the same because that sounds a bit sort of disparaging, and I honestly don't mean it like that. But once you've done the first one of each, you then have an idea of how that one sort of works and how it feels, and it's a bit easier to do the next one. I think I was going to put in, it was 2 on each of these, wasn't it? So, copy that, paste there, nice, and a second one here. Yeah, so doing the second tier of each science, I reckon, was actually easier than doing the first one. So yeah, once you sort of got your finger on how the basics of that particular type of science work, the second one is sort of demonstrating those same sort of ideas again on a potentially slightly larger scale. What? Oh, it was in the spaceship. In somewhere. Can't see the spaceship. It's slightly too far away. There we go, down there. So I need those. There we go. Right, good. They're all firing at whichever planet I copied them from, so that's a bit unnecessary, but never mind. You know what I should do actually while I'm here? I should fire while I'm here and sort of playing with this. I should fire it at that and heat it up again, because that's actually a useful. Did that work? It did. Nice. You can copy and paste those settings. Um, right. Yes. What was I saying? I've no idea what I was saying. Oh yes, yes. So the second tier of science packs is carrying on doing the same sort of thing. So it's quite nice to do that. Yes, you can. I'm firing all three of these at this one at the moment, so that should be climbing 3 times as fast. Now I'm not pumping huge amounts of power into it, because these have only got two injectors each, but still it's a decent amount, and we're getting a 94% efficiency from there. So that should heat up pretty quickly. How's power? Power is not happy though. I need to generate another 4 gigawatts. I think that's a 35 over there. So let's go and put down some more solar panels. Um, and yeah, I'd say firing multiple emitters at the same solar panel does make sense because you're just sort of, because you're just firing twice as much energy at the same thing. So why not really? And hey, hi Mike, welcome. Thank you for joining. And afternoon, you say. Well, it's definitely evening over here, but I do understand how time zones work, so I won't criticise your declaration. Is that? Oh, I can't tell. Can't get these lined up. There we go. Put that there. Ha! Yes, this is just turning into a massive area of solar panels around the sun. Dyson Sphere program is probably going to be the next game I play after I finish this, assuming I don't change my mind and decide I'd rather carry on with it. How are we doing now? 33.5 out of... Oh, it's 36 gigawatts I need. Okay. Unfortunately, as usual, I've not brought enough of this stuff. So, yeah, well done there, Laurence. Good going. It's going to be outside the power networky doohickey, so I'll put down what I can. Like that, which isn't very much. And I guess if I now pick up all of this down here, with the bots, because I'm not actually a masochist despite appearances, then I can reuse some of this and get at least a little bit more down. I hope I can actually generate enough power for all of the stuff I just put down, because I'll feel a bit silly if I can't, basically. Especially as I know I always have not enough of the space scaffolding, and that's where everything falls apart. And yet I still not brought enough along. Yeah. Bloop. There we go. And will that fill the gap across there? Let's make this a bit smaller and do it a bit at a time like this. I see. Is that enough to fit them in another row? It is. Well, just about. Right, okay. How's that? 33.8 out of 36. It's probably close enough. I'm not going to start scrabbling for sort of individual pieces. Oh, I should have brought more ammunition for these meteor cannons. 2 of them are still loaded, but that's not really very many. Are you shut down? Oh, you're and oh, it's even worse than that. This one's shut down at the moment, but it's still. Oh, it is still using power though. I suppose I could save some power actually by pulling this one out. There we go. That's going to bring the requirement down by 1,000, and that one. This just means that the ship that flies back and forth to Realm of Shadows to get the Naquium isn't going to heat up quite as quickly when it's in orbit around Norvis. So I think that's probably okay. We don't need that. And I could turn this one off for now, but I bet it's still going to be. Yeah, it's still. Is it still consuming power? I honestly can't tell. It is, yeah. Oh, no, it's not. It's turned that off, but not the rest of it. So these injectors are still using power, but even though this isn't. Great. Okay, well, for now, don't fly in there. That's probably hot. Let's call that good, at least for now, and I'll turn that one back on again because why not? It's not like it makes a lot of. Actually, no, I'll leave that turned off for now. So now I can come back on here. So I said I can come back on here. There we go. So, next priority is to go back to Norvis orbit because I've just realised I'm in the wrong ship. This one can't land on the planets. So let's fly back there, switch over to the landing craft, and then go over to Asalia, which conveniently is very, very close by. So it's not going to take me very long to get there at all. Yes. So I've still got a load of solar panels in here that I haven't used yet. Let's put some more in there and just keep a few. Yeah. Plenty of injectors. Let's put those injectors back into here. These energy beam receiver. Yeah, okay. So these are the things I'm going to need for the steam batteries. Where on this ship? No need. I can just turn the steam gets turned straight into electricity and then into water, and any spare colder steam gets dealt with well enough by these two condenser turbines. So no, I don't have any need for steam batteries on the ship. It'll fly happily. It'll merrily buzz around the universe, just running off straight off the turbine generator and the condenser turbines. In fact, I don't think none of my ships have steam batteries on them. They're all either using solar panels if they're ones that fly around inside the solar system, or they're using the energy beam receivers as thermal batteries if they're flying around if they might fly around outside the solar system. And this is the one that I use to get myself to out to Realm of Shadows. So this is my long range ship. It will take me out all the way out to distant asteroid fields if necessary. Which is why it uses one of these rather than just solar. I mean, I suppose I could put solar in as well and run off a combination of the two, but this heat is cheap. What's the point? Right. So let's see. Now I could pick up. I could pick up all the bits and pieces I know. I'd need to go to Trelos. How dangerous is Trelos at the moment? Let's have a look. Trelos is not dangerous. There's one biter over here. That's basically it. Okay, that's probably all right then. You can't use the 100,000 tanks. These ones, the booster tanks, are only for rocket fuel. These are carrying ion stream because I'm using the better. These are ion engines, not rocket engines. So they take a different type of fuel. And the ion booster tanks are only store 10,000, so they're not worth using for storage, only for boosting. And these ones won't hold ion stream. So that's why. Where's my ship? There's my ship. Whereas this one, because this one is actually designed to land on planets, this one has rocket booster tanks for taking off, and then ion down here for actually flying around in space because it's faster and quicker to recharge and stuff like that. So, Asalia, here we come, and that's right there. Boop, 18 seconds away because it's the moon, one of the moons of Norvis. So it's really close. It's also really small, which is why it doesn't fill up my core miners very quickly. I say it takes 18 seconds. It would take 18 seconds if I could accelerate up to full speed instantly, but of course that's not particularly realistic. Because obviously all of the rest of the game is very, very realistic, as we all know. I've got a beam emitter in this ship for some reason. Right, anchor on Asalia. So let's anchor down, all the way down here by the nuclear plant. Now, you know what? I think I'll just leave the nuclear plant here. But have it turn off when it's not needed, and it's probably already set up to turn off when it's not needed. So if I land here, I can now look at where did I find a working beam receiver? The one on Myokin was the old, so it was Tulip. That was a Tulip. Was a good one. Now, okay, it's bigger than it needs to be, but I don't have to copy the whole thing. I can just go that bit, please, and then get rid of the excess things on the bottom. So we'll put this in. Let's put it in here, I think, because it's near a supply of water, which is always nice. And it's near all the rest of the electrical stuff, power generation, so it seems tidy. Yeah, I think that'll do. Now the big question is, did I bring an offshore pump with me? And probably the answer is it doesn't matter. I can nick one from up there. But if I've got one, I might as well use it. I don't think I have. Is there one in here? If you were an offshore pump, where would you be hiding? I don't know. I can never find anything in these things. I don't know what order it puts stuff into, so it's really quite hard to find the bits I actually want. I don't see an offshore pump at all. So let's just go and nick one from up here because I'm not really going to be using these anymore. Fine. There we go. You can both run off that pump. That's going to make things worse for a minute or two, but only for a minute or two. I can now whack in this offshore pump. I've lost it. There it is. Here. Put this pump here and copy the settings across. Pipe it in. Let's use an underground pipe to be neat because otherwise I'll trip over it. Right, so that was a if less than 20,000. That's also got the isn't wired up. Red wire from there to there. Yep, it's got conditions. Delete that one. And now I just need some power over here, which means one of these. Plump. That's pumping. There's a fill up. Good. And now if I look back over at Calidus orbit, I can turn on one of these. I want you to fire at Salia, which is there and there. Pew. Right, so now it's going to be the problem with these things is it's now going to take a long time for this to heat up. As you can see, it's at 40 degrees C at the moment, which is kind of chilly. Have I? Where did I have the offshore pumps? Were they within the spaceship? I didn't see them. I must have just looked straight past them when I was... No, that's a spaceship ion engine. Oh yeah, so I do. Alright, let's go and put that one back, just in case I do ever want to use the the nuclear power plant again. Put that there, and put that there. Thank you. I am really bad at spotting things sometimes. Anyway, as I was saying, this is going to take approximately forever to heat up because I'm not pumping that much power into it. So, let's go back to Calidus orbit and borrow the big boy. I want to... Oh, the problem is if I fire it somewhere else, then I have to go back and reconfigure it next when a spaceship returns. But let's do this anyway. Fire it there. And then also here. Let's just use all of them. I mean, why not? They're there. They're pulling up the power. They might as well be used for something, you know, useful. And Salia and there. Right. So that now is it's heating up more quickly. I'm sure. I'm not sure how much more quickly, but it's going a lot faster. Oh yes, you're quite right. That isn't actually hooked up to this, is it? Thank you. That's a good spot. It just went through the spaceship, which is kind of stupid. Let's do that. I noticed it had hooked up to something, but I didn't actually pay any attention to what it had hooked up to. So, oh dear. Thank you, Peter. I'd have felt really stupid if I'd gone away and left that. I mean, I do have a Spidertron on this planet somewhere, so it might not have been completely unforgivable, or unfixable, but it's still been very annoying. Right, the next question is, are these set to sensibilize the power input? Now, how do I do this? Because everything is steam powered, so I'm going to need to pull up all of the. That's going to have to come up and not go round this way, and I'm going to need to cut off here, and that's is that now the only output? I think it. Yes, but oh dear, these are now hooked up to... Where are these getting? Oh, these are getting power from the solar panels. That's even worse. Who designed this? Not like... Bring that round there. Unhook this. In fact, just remove that. There we go. So now those aren't getting power, but if I bring power around, don't know what that's doing there. Power can come across from here. So what I'm trying to do at the moment, in case you haven't guessed, is link up the power connections so that I can put a switch in on the output of here in order to only output power from the nuclear power plant if there's insufficient coming from over here. So I'll put that in here if I've got the bits, and if I haven't got the bits, I'll grumble a bit and then have to make the bits because that's how this works. Or actually, no, I could just go nick the bits from up north, up here, where I've got essentially a system for doing almost the opposite. So this cuts off an area, whereas what I actually want is a bit that will cut in an area if there's low power. So it'll be wired up the other way around, but essentially the idea is the same. When the power goes low, you make an additional connection. Oh no, it's the wrong way around. This will be when the power goes high, you make an additional connection. So put that there like that. I will need some copper cable. Oh, for goodness sake, I don't have copper cables. Oh no, I can do that with the navsat. Copper cable. So I disconnect that. What? Oh right, I see what's going on. Disconnect that. Disconnect that. There we go. So that's now closed because there's insufficient power. Fine. No, because these are fully... These are on the wrong side. This is completely different. Right. So we put... let's try and get this right. Come on, Laurence. It's not that complicated. So we put in some accumulators here like that. We wire up one of those to the switch. And we tell the switch to close when power is less than maximum. Right, so there we go. We've got the power is all being fed through at the moment. Why it's quite this wibbly? Oh, it's because the power usage is wibbly. That's fine. Okay, so if power is less than 80%, okay, but these aren't. Oh, there we go. So the accumulators are fully charged, so now we're getting wibbly. Okay, that's fine. That's expected behavior. It means things should be basically working. And then once this gets up to the 10,000 degrees, no, the 5,000 degrees C, which is halfway to, then we'll actually have more power than we need, and things should start to actually work properly. As this is, oh, that's why we've got more power than I expected in the accumulators, because these are all counted in the same network now. So that's all fine. We're just still, as I say, waiting for this. While we're waiting for that, let's have a quick look at the... Oh, here comes one of the Naquium ships. So actually, because this is on the way in, when this lands, I should redirect the power thing to be pointing at that. So the other one, presumably, is... Yes, it's up here, filling up with Naquium. Or emptying of sulfur, actually, as well, which is also a thing that it does. Oh, but it's very nearly there, actually. There's only another 200 sulfur to empty out, and... Well, actually, no, we're not quite as much as it looked like. So, yeah, we're still waiting for these to fill up, and then the ship will be ready to go. That's good. The core miners are not hooked up because I just ripped out all the pylons and things that were linking them together. I will go and plug them in again once I have a reliable power supply. At least I don't think they are. We'll check. How are you doing? 3,000. Okay. Ship is about to land. Okay, so let's go to Calidus. And I need to actually go to Norbis orbit and recharge. Why it couldn't be pointing at the same place, I don't know. Recharge that. Okay. So this is still at 9,200 actually. So these aren't using up that much of the heat they're carrying around with them. So this is actually going okay. The system is more than capable of charging them back up again, even though they then dump quite a lot of the heat out into steam at the other end. The system is just working nicely, to be quite honest with you. So I'm, yeah, happy with that. Naquium does seem to be being brought over at... I was going to say at a decent rate. This probably was more or less empty when it's just now, but it's now got more than 2 train loads in it, so that's going quite well as well. Yeah, this seems to be ticking over quite nicely. This is 2/3 of the way to generating power. Alright, I'm going to say I don't really want to leave here until this is all working and I see that switch turning off permanently. I don't know why it's so flickery, actually. Maybe the core miners are turned on. No, they're off completely. So something is using all of the power in the world. Oh, it's all... I've got a lot of beacons using power? I'm surprised this is insufficient. This is using more power than is available from the quad reactor thing down here, because I'm pretty sure this was working before I came in and put the put the core miners in. I thought this was all working quite happily, but I guess it probably wasn't. It was I guess the whole thing was just a bit short of power, so that's a bit. Oh, actually, no, I take that back. This is because this is flickering. That means these are all. Oh, but no, they might not be producing enough power to keep everything running. Oh, I don't know. Still 3,700. Okay, well, what was the next? Where was the next place I was going to put one of these beam things? Oh, yeah, I was going to look at Henkaseswi and see if that needed one. I suspect what's probably the case is it doesn't technically need one. It's probably okay as it is because it's got like. Oh, no, it's already got beam power. What? Why was I saying I thought I needed to put beam power on Henkaseswi? Oh, because sometimes it flickers a bit high. What is flickering like this? It's the blue. Why are we getting this? Yeah, yes and no. I mean, a latch would be a bit neater and oh, meteor things. Yes, that's a good point. Yes, you're probably right. The meteors will be the meteor defense guns will be what's doing that. This is a bit weird. We've got these blips coming through. I think that probably means I need to give this a little bit more power. This might again also be the meteor defense guns doing the same sort of thing. Now you mention it. No, they seem to be pretty happy. Hmm. This one's a little bit peculiar. Yes, Ray. I know that's why the flicker. Oh, yes, you're probably right because yes, these are steam turbines, not condensing turbines. That's yes. Okay, so let's flit over to Henkaseswi. Where is Henkaseswi? It's quite a long way out. Let's go to Henkaseswi on the way to Trelos and put in and fix the turbines problem there because that's going to be easy. Yes, let's do that. Yeah, so I think you're right, Tristan. That is the missing turbine. So yeah, I know this is flickering because this is flickering backwards and forwards because I haven't used a latch. I could use a latch, but it wouldn't actually help because these 4 accumulators aren't going to be able to provide enough power to power the whole base if the nuclear power plant is off. They're just there to give me a signal when the power is a bit low, and therefore to kick in the connection to the nuclear power plant, so that it will run. So it will then so if the power is a bit low, we'll run off both systems, and when the power isn't low, we'll just run off this one. So yeah, I don't care about the flickering. I don't think it significantly affects the way that if I put in more, certainly if I put in enough accumulators to actually power the whole base for a split second, then it wouldn't affect it at all. And at that point, an SR latch might be worthwhile. At the moment, though, once this gets up to temperature, the nuclear power plant shouldn't be used at all, so this should never flicker. So it stops being an issue. But yes, if I was leaving it as a sort of a permanent installation, and I was expecting to run off both power plants, then yes, having a latch in there or something, and to be honest, a lot more accumulators would make things work a lot more nicely there. 4,100. Jeez. So what else should I talk about? Because as I say, I don't really want to leave until it's up and working and is happy. Oh yes, I was going to put in warning systems. Do I have any loudspeakers with me? I was going to put in systems to warn me whenever any of the planets are low on power, because then I know I need to go out and upgrade them or fiddle with them a bit. But that requires me to have a speaker, and I don't have any speakers. That should be relatively easy to make, I expect. What do you need to make a loudspeaker? So I do. Thank you, Peter. Yes, I'm apparently incapable of looking in my own inventory at the moment. So we want to put one of these in here. We want to put one of those in here. I think I was expecting it to have the mast rather than just look like just a speaker, and obviously that's wrong. Yeah, and then we'll plug that into the accumulators as well, and we'll say if it's A, isn't it, these output? Yes. If A is less than 95, then do that. How do you? I want to show alert. I don't really want it to make a noise though. Why is it making 2 alarm noises? That's even more annoying. Are there... Right, okay, let's stop. Oh, volume. Is there a volume on it? So there is. Thank you. That was so obvious I didn't even notice it. Right, so alert settings. Where am I? I'm on a Salia. That looks like that's a good power signal. Salia low power. Right, good. So that will, of course, low power on this. If I have a really low power, then this might just stop working at all. But that'll be absolutely ridiculous. But let's go with that. I suppose I could put it out of range of the pylons with a little solar panel next to it and its own little pylon. So I'd be guaranteed. In fact, let's do that. Let's actually put it down here and link it up to there like that, and then put in a little pylon like that, and one of these there. There we go. So now, at least during the day, I will get an alert when we're low on power, like that, basically. Apparently, I can't spell power. Oh, because I tried to press AE to close the window. That's why. But I was in a text entry box. That would work, except if everything fails, then. Oh no, the accumulators. No, the accumulators have to be on the right-hand side of the switch, because if I put them on this side, then they'll just be charged up by the nuclear power plant, and it won't give me any useful information. So the accumulators have to be on the right-hand side. I could put the speaker on this side, I suppose, in which case it would get the power from the nuclear plant. But this way, it'll carry on working even if there's such a major power problem that the nuke plant shuts down as well. So this way is better for the speaker. Nearly there, 200 degrees to go, very close. The downside is, of course, it doesn't work during the night. Oh, I suppose I could put an accumulator on here as well, but that just seems like massively overkill for what I'm doing here, and it'll alert me during the day, and that'll be fine. This is still producing a little bit of power, even though it's practically nighttime. Right. 150. Okay, getting there. Is there anything else that needs thinking about? So I mean, there are a few other things I need to do. So I currently have a massive shortage of nanomaterials. So they're being made here. Well, I say they're being made here. They're not being made here, and that is why I have a shortage of them. Why do I have a shortage of nanomaterial? Why are there no nanomaterials coming out of here? Which of the many inputs have we run out of? We've run out. We've overfilled on the output of the coolant. Okay. That's unexpected. Have we? I mean, this does tend to happen when I'm not careful, and I've apparently not been sufficiently careful, because you get more and more thermofluid flowing into these tanks. So what? Yeah, but however, this is something I've seen before many a time, and I know how to fix it, so I shall do. Basically, the way you fix it is by putting in an enormous quantity more tanks on the other side of on the thermofluid drop, because basically what's happened is we've pulled in thermofluid, more and more thermofluid to fill up all of these tanks here. Then we've used up all of the supercooled thermofluid, and it's all gone back into these tanks, so now there isn't room for any of it, so the whole thing breaks and it fails. However, it's relatively easy to fix, so I can just put in some more tanks and that'll give it a bit more space to flow into. Exactly how many tanks are required, I don't really know, so I'm just going to use the OO method and put in and see how many more will fit in. When I go like this, that's far more than is probably going to be necessary, but I'd rather have too many than too few, because it's annoying when things break, basically. I do need to also wire these tanks up to these ones, otherwise the trains will come out and bring more and more warm thermofluid, and then the problem won't actually be solved. So it's important to, there we go, link all of these up like that, and we now should still have the same total down. Where is this worked up to? here? Yes. So we've still got 28,000, so a train shouldn't be coming, but it's going to drain from these into here, and then any more thermofluid that was jamming up the wherever it was being made. Here we go, this one, the nanomaterial, is now able to flow away like this, and so the nanomaterial construction can begin again. So that was a nice, easy one to solve. I was worried that one of the input ingredients was going to be having a crisis of some sort. It still is, actually. We're not making super chilled thermofluid fast enough. Okay, that's more of a problem because there isn't really room in here to put in more of these chillers. And I could extend the whole thing up into this gap up here like I've done with these. It's a bit of a mess though, a bit of a crap way of fixing it. Yeah. Oh, was I full of water? No, what? Oh, that wasn't flowing out of here. Yes, I see what you mean. Yeah, I suppose I could. Yeah, I could module it. That is probably a good way of dealing with it, especially as I've got plenty of power here. I'll take another look at that. I'll see how this goes because now this is running, it's not catching up. Well, it's got to 40. We'll come back and have another look at this. See how it's coping. Once it's done once the buffers fill back up again, it might be okay. It might not. We shall see. As for this one, this is now there we go. Now everything's kicked in over here. So we should find that yes, now all of the power is coming from this high temperature turbine generator and a little bit from the condenser turbines. If I look back over 10 minutes, then we see that quite a lot of it was coming from the steam turbines as well. But you can see here, this is where the nuclear power station shut down because the accumulators charged up, and then this is where the because the turbine generator kicked in, and now that's producing all of the power. So that means I can now go back up here and link this. I can't link this back in properly because I need to put that back in there. So I'm glad I'm still on planet, put it that way. And I do have a Spidertron somewhere, but you know, it's easier to go up and do these things myself. So where is it? There it is. Drop that in there. Now the power consumption is going to have shot up. However, it's still well below the gigawatt we're capable of producing. Yeah, there we go. So we've got the drop off in power from the steam turbines because this one kicked in, then the massive jump in power because the core miners kicked in. But it's still happy. The only question here is whether this heat thing is still going to be pulling in enough power, and it is still going up quite slowly now though. So I guess what I need to do is look at Calidus orbit and go, right, what are you guys all firing at? So you're firing at Asalia, you're firing at Asalia. So if I turn you off and leave you turned off, okay, that's fine. You're going at Encaseswi, you're at Girofen, Novus Orbit, Tulip. I'm pretty sure none of these other ones are firing at Asalia. No, they're not. Right, now is it still going up? That's the important question here. Yes, that number is increasing. He says, staring at it hard to make sure it is. Yes, 13. It's going up and down. There's a little bit of flicker up and down, but overall it is increasing. So this is sufficient. Currently sufficient power. If I want it from just this one. Now, if I need more power, then I'll do it by putting in another injector here on this one. There's no point in firing two of these at the same thing, except in an emergency. So yeah, these will. This is now at the moment capable of powering the whole thing with a little bit of headroom, but if I start trying to use significantly more power, then it's going to struggle because we're getting 67% efficiency. So out of the 2 gigawatts that we're trying to transmit, that means 1.3 going through. Oh, that should be plenty actually. Yeah, that should be plenty because yes, as Matimus says, if we look out down here, look down here. Each of these is capable of half a gigawatt, and then combine them together, this is capable of 1 gigawatt, and then these are capable of, I'm not quite sure what on the other side, but very, very little, but this is most of it. So this can provide a gigawatt, and these, when you bank 2 of these feeding into it, as I have done here. So this whole system is capable of providing a gigawatt, which is why it says that here. However, if the energy in the we don't know how, there isn't a nice easy interface that tells me how much of the energy is being put into here and how much of it I'm using up. So this doesn't necessarily mean I can provide a gigawatt. It just means that this part of the system here is capable of providing a gigawatt. I suppose it's in the same way that just because it says that my back here my steam turbines were capable of providing whatever they were capable of providing. I can't tell what it said back here. They're only capable of providing that power if the nuclear power plants are feeding enough heat into the system for that to work. Now these inserters should be turning off. Yes, they have to. Yes, they have turned off. There's a red light on that one and that one and that one and that one. So they won't put any more fuel into these. We do have a bit more that's just going to be wasted in the process of filling up these tanks down here. But that said, these tanks aren't quite full, so it's not going to be completely wasted. It's just a little bit unnecessary. But that will provide a nice big buffer of power should I end up needing it for anything, because then this can kick back on in again. Right, I think that's all working happily now. Let's have a quick look at the what do you call them? It's the core miners over here. Yes, they are digging stuff up. They're not digging stuff up very quickly because Asalia is kind of a small planetoid. It's a rather small moon, which means the core miners don't produce that much stuff. I could make it go faster by putting in more core miners, but then we'd use a lot more power, and each individual core miner would run a bit more slowly. So I'm not going to do that. I think 6 is a nice number because they still work at about, I think it's 40% speed when you have 6 of them. So it's a bit slower than normal, but it's yeah, it's kind of okay. So these crushers pulverizers are easily capable of keeping up with that, so that's fine. And we've got a little bit of the output coming out here, and presumably a little bit. Yes, there's a bit of crude oil coming out here and going into these tanks. I should put a pump in over here actually, just to make sure there's as much in these tanks as possible. Let's do that. I should apparently also put in a pylon for this radar, since it's unhappy. Pump, pump, pipe. There we go. So now that'll pull the oil out of here a little bit more effectively and just make sure it's all in here. So this is my usual sort of system. When I set up a core mining on a planet that's providing resources, I'll take out the whatever resources that planet produces that I'm using on that planet and put it in a station that should, yes, it has a higher priority. So the oil will be taken away from here first. And then the rest of it, all of the core fragments, can be put into the trains here, and there should be a spaceship. Now, have I forgotten to make a spaceship, or or is it just off taking stuff away at the moment? I'm not sure. How do you spell Asalia? Not it's moon. Oh, I haven't got moons. Moons being no planet orbit. Moons blue. What? What? Why can't I see Asalia? Oh, because it's got an E in the beginning of it. That's why. Nope. Right, okay. Right, so I don't seem to have an Asalia spaceship yet, which would explain, I mean, which is probably fair enough. I'd only just set this up and then there were power crises and other stuff that I hadn't fixed yet. So, okay, let's make another spaceship. Norvis Orbit. Let's get that being built while I wait. And I'm going to have to build it in. No wait. Yeah, they do come up here for refueling. So it's one of these I need to make. Like that. Hang on. Unless this is that spaceship and I just haven't named it yet. No, this is the Gear Offen core ship. Okay, so it's just refueling. I think it's got plenty. What's it on now? 534,000. What's it waiting for? 550. Okay, so it's nearly there. But actually no, let's not send it away because I want to make a copy of it. Let's do that again. Copy of that, including tiles, train stop names, and trains. but not random cogs, because that's just bad. Right, okay. And now I can start building a second one in exactly the same place, like that. I say second one, I mean yet another one. And hopefully we'll then be able to I'll be able to reprogram this to fly out to Azalea. So that should be quite easy. And just get one more in the system, as long as I've got all the bits of the train bits up here to make it. I hope I have. Yes, I know the emitter does tell me how much power it's got and so on and so on. It's not the easiest way to check it though. That's, I guess, is basically it's basically how I feel about that. Yes, you can look at it that way and do the numbers and work out what the maximum amount it can manage. But it's not the easiest way. Why is there a add-on power pole there? I think I got that left on one of my ship designs ages ago by mistake, and it's just been infecting all of my copy pastes ever since, which is a little bit frustrating. I am impressed with just how quickly all this stuff is being built, and part of the reason this is going down quite so quickly and easily is because a lot of the parts for it came from the ruined ship that I pulled up. I picked up in Fenestra. So we've got an enormous quantity of the scaffolding and the walls and so on and so forth. And I actually went out there between streams to just basically tidy everything up. And I was able to, with a bit of help, I had a couple of commands to run. And I was able to pick up everything except this damaged spaceship console. So now all there is out here is the Stargate. I've got rid of all of the bits of ship that were there before. So that's quite nice. Office orbit. Now it appears I've got everything I need for this ship except the train wagons. Will it? The wiring looks okay at a sort of glance. I thought it was things that got left behind by the stations doing funny businesses or something like that. It's rather annoying that these wagons appear to be missing. I guess I'm just going to have to send the train off to Azalea and hope I've got the bits there. Oh yes, and let's reprogram this. So, where is Azalea? Azalea is moon number 1134. So we say if on... No, that's Norbit. Well, let's go over here first. So, go to 1134. Just so I make sure it doesn't go anywhere it shouldn't. And somewhere over here, there's going to be... It's not... Maybe it is 5... Yeah, it probably is 520 actually. So 511 and 510 and Norbit. So this 520 should be 1134. It was 1134, wasn't it? Yes, 1134. Right, so that's reprogrammed now. So this will happily fly out there. And hopefully, I don't think I've got any in my personal inventory. Oh, I've got 5 in my personal inventory, so that's half of what I need. Let's go and see if there's any in the spaceship. It'll be a bit annoying if there isn't, and I'm not quite sure what I'll do about it. I suppose it doesn't have to. If a planet is low throughput, like an Azalea really is low throughput, it doesn't matter if there's a missing train. Or I've got one more. It doesn't matter if there's a missing train, because it just means that the ship will spend a little bit more time sitting there waiting. Oh, okay. Entities represent console output and docking adapter. Okay, let's have a look at that then. Noise orbit. Oh yes, you're quite right. There's nothing. Yeah, the outputs aren't being fed out from there. I'm not using the clamp output, so that's fine. But the this one is, yeah, this one is not connected. You're quite right. Huh. Today I learned something new, I guess. So I now need to work out where that's connected to. So console output should go to the inputs. Yes, it's this one. Okay, so I can fix that easily enough. There we go. Because yeah, I'm sure I've ended up with blueprints where it hasn't worked because where there's been a cog left behind that hasn't been placed. Typically because the console output has been placed, or it's tried to place I'm not sure. Tried to place a console probably at the wrong time. Yeah. Let's get rid of this because I haven't got the wagons for it. Can I get rid of you the same way? Yes. Oh. Oh, it pulled up a piece of track. Ah, never mind. I'll fix that when it arrives. Yeah, as Peter says, there's a lot of in modded Factorio. A lot of the sort of the cleverer things um, will consist of an entity that you build, but that entity has other hidden parts in it. So a lot of the power generation and power usage things are like that. For example, I think this turbine, for example, it has many different things in it. It's got something that destroys steam, something that produces steam, something that produces power, something that produces water, and so on. And they're all hidden inside the one as sub entities to the one actual thing you can place, which is it's a bit weird and funny, but it allows the mod authors to do all kinds of things that the mod in that the base game wouldn't allow you to do. So it's totally worth it for that sort of reason. Oh, there's the spaceship. So let's go in and put the trains in. Put the wagons in, rather. And put in that... Sigh. Put in that extra piece of railway that's missing. Hopefully. Somehow. Maybe. I've got normal railway, but I don't have any space railway with me for some reason. There we go. There's plenty. I do like having a spaceship with a warehouse in it that I can just dump stuff into, because then later on, when it turns out I actually need that stuff, there's a fairly high chance that some of it is in the spaceship. Fairly high chance. Right, so this one needs to now go to a core pickup because it's landed. So that'll come out here happily. It'll go up and wait there. Should there be signals on the outside of this? I think there probably should. Why is it confused about sides of the track that things can be on? That worries me. Makes me think I've messed up the signals somewhere. I don't see any signals on the wrong side. Yes, I do. So this is a bit funny because I messed up. I flipped this blueprint over when I put it in, so it's kind of upside down. In fact, it's not just kind of upside down; it is upside down. Is there another one? Yes. There we go. Right, now it's correct. Thank you. Yes, I just found it as your message popped up. Right, yeah. So this is a bit funny and a bit ugly because I flipped the blueprint over because it made sense to put the it felt like it made sense to, yes, because of where this station was. I wanted to flip it over, and then I ended up doing silly shenanigans with the railway lines in order to get things back in the right places, and that's just ended up with some things being upside down. But I think it's now fixed. So this is going to take a long time to fill up. So I'm not going to watch that work, but I think it's probably okay. So that is a progress. A progress has been made. Well, I'm happy with that. This is now at just over 6,000 degrees C, so that's working. I'm happy with that as well. I think I'm ready to leave this planet for the time being. And a box of pulverizers there. Right, so let's head back to. Let's have a quick think. Now I need to go back to Norvis orbit because I want to. No, not that. That's this one. Back to Norvis orbit and pick up all the bits and pieces that I'm going to need in order to set up another core mining setup on Trelos, because and I'm also going to need to be a little bit clever with Trelos. Is going to get its priority bumped here. If I can remember how. There we go, that one, because it's a place I'm going to go to. Trelos is an oil planet as well. That's a little bit annoying, because that means I'm going to be generating oil there. I could turn it into rocket fuel and use it to power the spaceship that takes its resources from there. I don't know if that's going to be enough of a sink though. I guess I'll do that and have some big tanks and then maybe implement another spaceship that just brings. Maybe I'll have this one go to. how could I do this? So I want to produce oil, bring oil from Asalia. No, I want to bring it from Trelos by priority, but also from Asalia if there's some there. I could do it with just having two spaceships that land separately and then prioritize the which system it pumps it out of. That might be the easiest way to do it, to be honest. We'll see how that goes. Is it worth the hassle switching to spaceships? I'd say there are some advantages and disadvantages of the of rockets and spaceships. So spaceships are far more flexible. The big advantages of them are you can do different things with them. You can transport fluids with the spaceship in a sensible way by filling it full of tanks like this. You can load and unload them more quick. You can load them more quickly, I suppose, by having trains roll onto them, like I have with the one that isn't actually here at the moment. You can, and you don't need to necessarily have your fuel supply in the same place as the resource supply. You can have a ship that flies out, just picks up the resource, and flies back, and then refuels at the other end. So, oh, Norvis, okay. So there's some extra flexibility because of that. However, rockets are probably they're kind of simpler. Yeah, it's just this one where I've run out of repair bots. Rockets are potentially simpler, and you'll already have lots of them up and running. So, which is why here I still have lots and lots of rocket landing pads that are bringing in the bulk resources to my space station. Anything new that I add, I will switch it over to using spaceships, and a couple I've switched over anyway just for fun. But up here, for example, I've got lots of different Vitamelange things being brought in, and they're all coming in by spaceship because I set that up later, and it's a different system and a newer system there. But, for example, down here, plastic is still being brought up from Norvis by rocket because it's working. Why bother to change it, basically? So, yeah, it's swings and roundabouts. You can do it either way. Some people will go, "Hey, I've got spaceships now. They're the new shiny thing. I'm going to switch over to using spaceships absolutely everywhere because I like them." I've not done that quite so much. I've got the things that are basically working. I've not gone and messed with because what's the point? It works. So there you go. There's a sort of a fluffy, rather non-committal answer. I hope it's useful. I'm not copying this one. It's a mess. Let's copy. Where's there a good one? Myokin is probably a fairly good one. So I want a core mining setup like this, and all of the shenaniganery that goes with it. But I'm not gonna have the solids on the output. It's going to just be oil, and I'm going to start trying to turn that into rocket fuel. Okay, so if I copy this and then make some changes to it on the other side, I don't need any trains or names or anything like that. So let's just take. I've got a spaceship included in this. That's problematic. I do need two of the trains. I suppose if I'm going to have an oil supply on this planet, I could just build the spaceship in situ on the planet, fuel it up here. Yeah, why not? Get rid of the station. I don't need this because I'm not going to be transporting the oil away. I'm going to be making rocket fuel on the planet and seeing how that goes instead. It's a shame there isn't a sort of a eliminate all basically draw a big X across a big red thing across a big chunk of your what am I doing at the moment? Blueprint, because that'd be a lot easier than just doing all of this manually. But because I'm going to use this blueprint as a requester to get all of the. I could get rid of that, and the other yellow things. There we go, and that, and yellow. Any more? No. Yeah, because I'm going to be using this as a shopping list for stuff I need to take out to the planet with me. I don't want to summon too much stuff that I'm just really, really not going to need. I'm going to want to have a bit of excess belts and things like that because there's probably going to be more stuff used than I expect, but I don't want to take out a load of railway line and stuff like that because that's completely pointless. Okay, that looks reasonably complete. Okay, so if we create this blueprint, that's got everything I need in it. It's got the spaceship, it's got all the mining. Create that, and then go back to here. I need a yellow chest. There's one. And then using the logistics request manager. Yes, this one. And is it you? It is. No, where's the one with the spaceship in it? It's not nowhere. Okay, so make that. Put it in there. That requests. Oh, it does request all of the stuff. Okay, that's good. So we'll see how much of this we can actually get from here in space. I don't need that. That's a nonsense. I've still got this problem with the cargo wagons, so I think I need to request some more of those to be brought up here. There's a massive shortage of... Why is there such a shortage of express transport belts? I mean, I know I don't really have those in space, but I thought I accidentally had an enormous quantity of those in space. Maybe there's a load in here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... Yeah, there's more than enough in here to satisfy that. Okay. So we can get rid of... No, that request as well. I'm surprised we don't have enough stack inserters. Or any stack inserters. I might need to land on Norvis to get all of this stuff, actually, at this rate. Because, to be fair, I do normally do a trip. Something like a trip like this would normally be done from Norvis, so doing it this way is a little bit weird. But let's see what we can get. It'll pull some of the stuff up, so yeah. Oh, does it? Okay, thank you for reminding me of that, Tristan. I'll fix that balancer when I get over there. But okay, good night, Peter. Thanks for joining the stream. Much appreciated. It's good to have you around again, and for as much as you can make it. And now the time zones are a bit more friendly for you, so I'll guess see you next week. Okay, so that's that stuff. I'm going to need a beam receiver as well. So let's grab another one of these boxes. Beam receiver is not that one, not that one, not that one, that one. Put that in there. It also needs an offshore pump, which I didn't get in the last time because I didn't think of it. Although I do have 3 of those in the ship already, as we've discussed. So I can have one of those. I've got some stuff for cabling up, that's fine. I've got a chunk of belts for anything where that needed. I'm going to need some fuel refineries. That's those ones. 10 is more than enough. Let's see how many I actually get. None. Okay, fine. Let's try and think this through because I always forget something very important. So I've got the basics of the core mining setup. I've got all of the parts for the Ujimawatsit. Got the parts for the power generation. I've got a load of pylons and pylon substations in my inventory already, so I can place those down. I've got some pipes. I'll get some more of those when I go back down to Norvis, actually, I think. That's a very good question. I have looked up where yak shaving came from before, but it's never really been an answer that's fully satisfied me. So I suggest going and Googling it, and if you find a good answer to it, let me know, because I've never found one I'm fully satisfied with. Right, so get rid of that and that and that. It's a thing, an internet thing, as it were. So I'm not going to say I'm definitely not the only person who uses it. I definitely didn't come up with it. But I guess it's not in that common a usage. But yeah, if you can find a satisfactory answer to where it came from, then I'd be quite interested in hearing it, because I have seen answers, but they've always been a bit sort of so we ended up calling it yak shaving, and you go, but why did you call it yak shaving? And that's never actually quite answered in the on the web pages. So yeah, if you can find out, I would be interested to know. Let's not turn that on just yet and see how much junk we get. And then I'll fly down to Norvis and get some more junk as well, and then we can head off and start building stuff up on Trelos. I do have the meteorite defense guns, which will be good because that's going to be a bitary planet if I'm not careful. I should probably take some laser guns with me as well, actually. Lasers? Do you have lasers? Lasers. 8. Let's get some more laser turrets. because there might be a few biters around. I don't expect there to be a lot of them, but I think it's a good idea to have some defenses available just in case, because there is a risk. I'll need ammunition for these, but I'm going to try and send that out with the interstellar with the core mining ship. I think I'm probably good. What am I waiting for? I'm just having this stuff. Why do I not have any wide area beacons being made? That's a concern, because I'm pretty sure that is in the recipe for this system. Yeah. Oh, it was a bot crashing. What's that noise? No, it's just a bot going explode. I'm sure wide area beacons are supposed to be being made up here in space. Um, 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 um. I need to install that mod that lets you search for things, Beast Finder. Beacons, 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 beacons. If you're a beacon, where are you? No, that's the power stuff. That's those. It's computers. Maybe I'm not making beacons up here. Apparently I'm not making beacons up here. Hey Arctic, welcome. Thanks for joining the stream. I'm currently scrolling around my base looking to try and work out where on Earth I make beacons. Or more specifically, where I make the large beacons, the wide area beacons. Maybe they're made down on Norvis. Are they something you can make on Norvis? I'm not sure. Because none of these buildings seem to be making them. Ren and Stimpy, really? Oh, wow. Okay. That I had not heard. Wow, that's been... Does it say why they used it? Why they ended up why they shaved a yak, basically? Because I mean, it is, yes, it's a fairly silly phrase, and I would be curious to know where it came from, or why it came from, rather. What yak they were shaving. I guess I should probably just do my own research, as they say. But I'm not going to it right now because I'm in the middle of a stream. So that's a large area mining drills, and other similar noises as well. Welcome to Strange Noises with Laurence. I don't even know where I'm making the normal size beacons. Oh, here's where I'm making the normal beacons. I guess I'll do it up in the up here. Okay, so that they had a thing of the yak shaving was a thing from Rin and Stimpy. Yes, that Ron and Stumpy, which sounds like was that, yeah, that's it's a Harry Potter reference there, isn't there? Ron and Stumpy would be Ron himself and Scabbers, because he had a damaged paw. Anyway, getting back on vaguely. Oh, I've got 18 of these beacons anyway, so I don't know why I'm worrying about it. Getting back on topic, yes, let's try and make some beacons up here. So the normal beacons will clearly be made in one of these things. I'm assuming actually that you make a beacon from another beacon. Yes, you do. So a beacon is made from I don't have this stuff up here. You know what? Some other time. But let's put it on the list for things to make later. Beacon making on space bus. Right. Forget it. I've got a beacon in my inventory. That'll do. I don't care. Pretty sure everything else will appear as if by magic once I get back down to Norvis. Ooh. Flying spaceship. There we go. Yeah, I think you're... Well, yes, I'm going to definitely... Yeah, I will... I've got 18 of them in my inventory, so I don't need to make a beacon any more beacons right now. But yes, in the long term, I will need to set up something on my bus to make the wide area beacons, or possibly even maybe I won't. Maybe I'll jump from now. I'll jump onto the extra wide area beacons, whatever they're called. Yeah, let's land here. That'll do, and then link up these like that and like that. Okay, yeah, sure. Harvest it from there. That's fine. But yeah, there's an extra wide area beacon that I haven't quite researched yet, probably. Yeah, this one. Wide area beacon 2. So maybe I'll actually want to make these in space instead, although they do take naquium, so They're going to be expensive. And oh, blimey, they take deep space catalogs as a component as well. Maybe I'm not going to be making those for a little while then. But yeah, so I'll do it some other time. Mostly because I can't be bothered to try and put all of the extra stuff like the small electric motors and whatnot onto the space bus. So right, how are we doing for our wish lists? That one's complete. Good. This one, that's part of the station, so that's fine. Why then? What? Satisfaction 0, on the way 0, logistics storage 19. Are all the bots in use? No. What? Oh, because it's full. No. Right, okay, so let's take out the... no, not the spaceship floor, I've got enough of that. Let's take out the coal for a start, because I don't actually care exactly how much goes into the thing. Why is there stone in the request thing? I don't know. Why aren't these chests bigger? Why, or rather, why didn't I use a bigger chest here? Because that would be smart. SMRT, smart. We've got more of these chests than we need, so let's remove that one. Yeah, and that one. And that, and that. And that. What? Why have I got... Ah! No! No! Ah! Heck. Oh. How do I turn a logistics chest off? No, not like that. I don't think you can turn a logistics chest off. That's an epic. That's a rather major fail. Let's put all of this stuff back in there. Oh no. No, 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 no. What else is supposed to be in there and I've taken out? I don't know. Okay, well we'll unselect that and take them. Well, okay, we've still got this stuff coming in. That's expected. Belt related stuff. Sure. It probably would actually. Yeah, true. That would have been a good idea. Oh well, never mind. That one and that one. I'm holding down shift this time because I don't want to have the same sort of level of fail again. Obviously for 18. Yeah. That one. That one. That one. Don't know why this... Some of these numbers don't really make much sense, but never mind. I'll... Still, right, okay, there we go. Things are a little bit more sensible now. Spaceship doors, yes, I've got those. Locomotives, yes. Don't need lights. Do need... Oh, I've got... Okay, I've got plenty of those and those. How am I doing? What am I missing? So, right, let's try and approach this logically. So I've got... Yep. Let's just take out the ones that are done, because that's easy. Right, so I've got enough of those. I've got enough of those. Enough of those. Yes. No, doesn't matter. Spaceship floor. Oh, that's a problem. Because I do need that. That's something I should have picked up while I was in space. Those I've got enough of. Those I've got, yeah, plenty of. Okay, so I've got everything now I need except the spaceship floor. So I'll need to make another stop in orbit to get that. That's annoying. This one is happy. I should take some of those as well. Let's put down just a couple of these chests. And these are ones that are going to be things I think I'm probably going to need, like those and those. The ones that they're just filling up my inventory at the moment, and I'll turn them into the other sorts of chests when I can, when I get there. Because now I can take those, and that'll give me some supply. Right, so Norbis orbit. Yes, oops is indeed the word. Grumble, grumble, grumble. Norbis orbit. That'll allow me to get all of this. I don't need those or those or those or those or those or those. It was just literally just these that I was short of. And here it comes. Excellent. Are we good? Is that as many as I need? 550. Yes, yes it is. Right. Good. Now I can go to Trelos. Oh no, I was going to go via Henkasesui, wasn't I, on the way? Because they're like one's a moon of the other. So Henkasesui first, and I'll yeah, do some unloading of my. No, I'll put in the extra turbine that's needed there. In fact, I wonder if I've got an enormous quantity of turbines in. I have got an enormous quantity of turbines here because I've been taking these from other places where I've been ripping up the nuclear power plants. So that's why I've got like 12 of the reactors and all the shenaniganery that goes with them. Okay, so we'll pull that up. I've got a lot of miscellaneous junk in my in the inventories here, so hopefully this will allow me to make everything I need. But we shall see how it goes when we get there, I suppose. Now, it's just occurred to me that because Trelos and Henkasesui are quite a long way away from Kalidas, we may find that the power throughput isn't quite as efficient as we're used to. No, it's 55%. So with 2 of these on the input, I'll still be getting a gigawatt through, so that's fine. As long as it's over 50, I'm definitely going to be getting a whole gigawatt, so that's okay. Yeah, so that's going to be fine. And that can use a second one of these for Trelos. The third one was for Henkasesui, but I've already got one pointed there. I just miscounted, so that's on brand. But fine, I don't need to worry about that. It just means the next time I build up a power somewhere that's going to need beam power, I don't need to worry quite so much about having it there and about building up another emitter for it. What am I up to in what context, Arctic? Do you mean what am I doing at the moment? Well, I'm expanding the resource gathering, so putting in more what do we call it? Core mining setups at the moment, because I realise I'm running a bit low on a lot of the resources that are being used, and I thought if I go off to a big planet like Trelos, then it's a big planet like that 8,000. That's bigger than Norvis. Yeah, it's even bigger than Norvis. Ooh, I don't know if I'm going to have enough fuel to take off. We shall see. So yeah, I can go off to Trellis, big planet, lots and lots of resources coming out from the core mining, so I can build up, can get lots and lots of nice throughput from that, and bring loads and loads of resources back to Norvis for turning into the copper and the iron and the coal and the everything else that I need there. So that's my current plan at the moment. I spent the first part of the stream fixing up some of the issues on Asalia, which basically largely amounted to putting in a beam power receiver down here. This is now powering the entire planet instead of this poxy little nuclear power plant over here that's rubbish, only produces about. So this entire nuclear power plant and all its associated shenaniganery, which is this bit, produces 40% of the power of this little thing here. Now, granted, this little thing here does have a massive quantity of solar panels off in Kalida's orbit, but you know, it's a lot neater and more convenient over here. And that has meant over here I've been able to get this up and running with a core mining facility here on Asalia as well, which is a little bit pathetic really, because as you can see it's coming out very slowly because it's a really small planetoid, which is why I am currently on my way out to Trelos, which is a much bigger planet. And no, Ray, I'm not going out there for more Vitamelange. I don't think. Does it have Vitamelange? Oh, it does have quite a bit of. It's got quite a bit of surface Vitamelange, yes, but its core fragments will be producing crude oil. I'm not going there for more Vita because I do actually have plenty of Vitamelange on Tulip, at least at the moment. And some of it's coming from core mining, some of it's coming from trains. It's fine. But that is producing sufficient, so I'm not planning to go in and putting in any more Vitamelange sourcing on the other planets, because I don't think there's any point. It works quite nicely as it is on Tulip with all of that sort of concentrated in one single place. It's a bit easier and neater that way, I reckon. So yes, on my way off to Trelos at the moment, which is going to take some time. Where some in this context. Oh, Henk says we've arrived there. So if I land here, because I don't want to have to walk too far, flip. Can do that. I put some pipes down then, I think. I also need to put down a steam turbine. There we go. Right, now hopefully that's going to fix the wibbliness of Henkasessu's power usage. It has indeed. This now looks nice, neat, as it should do. It wasn't very visible beforehand either, but I don't know. So that should now make all this much better. Now, my worry, in fact, I'm pretty sure I'm not going to make it off Trelos, because I'm not going to have enough fuel left in my booster tanks, because it is a big old planet. But I'm not going to fly back to Norvis, because I'm hoping, really, really hoping, that there's going to be enough fuel. There's going to be. I've got enough stuff with me to make the rocket fuel that I need in order to get back off it again. No, wait a minute. I haven't brought any. I haven't brought any oil refineries. I forgot that was going to be a thing I'd need. Oh, I've got one here, so that's a start, I suppose. We'll see how much oil that can get through. Oh dear. Um, So that's going to be a bit rubbish, but we'll see how it goes. And hopefully, in the time while I'm setting it up, I'll have enough time to actually generate some rocket fuel, because I'm going to need that to take off again. Alternatively, I can always just bring over the fuel ship from Asalia, fly it all the way out here, and refuel from that. But that will take a long time, and I don't really want to. Alternatively, I might find that I've got enough raw resources in here. I've only got a tiny bit of copper. I was going to say I've got enough raw resources in here to make another oil refinery or two, but we shall see. Yeah, I mean, you can put in more and more and more core miners on one planet. It's true, but it's very expensive in power. It just feels a bit. And I was going to say wasteful, and I know that there's not really such a thing in Factorio, but it still does feel kind of wasteful. Okay, well then there's a pyramid here to explore once I've got everything up and running as well, so we'll do that too. So let's land here. So I need to put in, let's see, first things first, I'm going to put in a beam power receiver, because that's the thing that takes forever to heat up. So we've put this, we need water for this. Please tell me this is a wet planet. Yes, it is. There's some water over there. Okay. Got worried then. I was going to have come all the way out here and then discover that I couldn't use one of my normal water systems, power systems, because there was no water. But no, we're okay. Okay, so we'll put that there. Like that. Shouldn't there be a pipe there? Should I be worried about that? Oh, no, wait, these are the ones that aren't needed, because this is only a small setup. Then I get one of those. They're still in the space? No, there they are. Put that there. That there. And then bootstrap. Bump. And bump. Right. And, oh yes, the most important part of this is to go off to Kalidas. The very first thing to do, in fact, is to say, no, not Asalia, but Trelos. And there. And on. And this one as well, also to Trello. Let's use both of them to heat it up, because we might as well get, to get things started nicely. Right, so we've got that being gently cooked now. So eventually we'll have electricity will be a thing, TM. So the next thing to do is to build not one of them, not one of them, not one of them, no. Oh, yeah, one of them. I suppose I could put it here. It's sort of neat. It's as good a place as any. It's within power range of everything. Yeah, why not? Let's put it. Actually, we'll move it over this way a little bit, so it does. Yeah, I only have to disconnect one thing for it. Yeah, let's do that. I'll see how much of this I can get away with building myself. Good evening, Spirit. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Yeah, it's been a pretty good evening so far. I'm building up another core mining facility at the moment, because that is my life at the moment. It seems it's just one of those things that I need an enormous quantity of. This one, yeah, this box. Okay. And hopefully, well, I've got the robots to do most of the hard work for me, which is nice. Yeah, so because I reckon that I'm not producing enough raw materials in general at the moment, so I've come out to Trelos, which is a nice big planet. It's actually slightly bigger than Norvis, and the problem with that is that because it's bigger than Norvis, I'm not actually going to be able to take off again. I haven't brought enough rocket fuel in these. I don't think I've got enough rocket fuel in these tanks for a liftoff. No, I've only got half the amount of fuel I'm going to need. So before I can leave, I need to start processing a load of oil and use that to help me escape. So that's going to be fun. No, not you. You? Yes, you. No. There we go. That's what I meant to do. So then, okay, that's fine. Yeah, maybe I'm avoiding arcospheres. That might be it. Can we do this again and actually get the rest of the spaceship, please? There we go. Yeah, maybe I am avoiding arcospheres a little bit. I don't know. It does sort of, yeah, I suppose it sort of looks that way. But for now, I'm just sort of trying to get things up and running and ticking over and working nicely. And is there a train? No, there's a train missing. And I noticed I'm a bit short of a number of the resources, so it seemed like a good opportunity to sort of try and improve things a little bit. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it. Okay, I need a load of blue belts now as well, like that. You can't prove otherwise. Oh, and I need to rebuild this to not be the 5 to 6 balancer, because that's wrong, or 4 to 6 or whatever it is. Not you. Yeah, so I will eventually get round to arcospheres, I promise. They're just not. I guess at the moment I'm letting. I don't know. I don't really. I'm not sure exactly what I'm doing. But it's not arcospheres just yet. Don't worry, it will be soon though. I'm not going to give up and surrender. I'm not going to surrender to the arcospheres. I'm going to make sure they happen. You. Oh, you go that way. There we go. Right, that's the right kind of thing there now. So along here, we actually... And why does that go all the way up there? I know why it goes all the way up there, but it doesn't need to now. It's a waste of belts. Yeah, and you know, if I'm making excuses, I'm going to point out that I've been away for a week, so it'd be nice to do something a little bit more manageable and less brain melty before I get stuck back into it again. So yeah, there's plenty of excuses I can make. I'm sure I have every confidence that I'm going to be able to do arcospheres. I'm not significantly worried about it. I know there's a sort of a big job to balance them all balance everything together and get everything working as it's supposed to. But I don't expect it to be beyond me. But I've got this to-do list on, so I'm sort of getting on with things gradually. Why? How come these are actually working? This can't be hot yet, can it? Oh, it's running off the spaceship. That's why. Satisfaction, 6.4 megawatts out of half a megawatt, half a gigawatt. Take that out. There we go. Take that one out as well then, I suppose. There we go. Why are you still making rumbling? Oh, you're still powered off the spaceship. Fine. I forget how long a range these things are sometimes. Right. Okay. So that's going to sit quietly for now. Until I've got this up to 10,000 degrees basically, and it's at 700 at the moment, which is pathetic, but it'll get there eventually. In the meantime, have I built everything else? Yes. Okay, so now we can think about the oil output. So all of these, because this is an oily planet, despite appearances, it's going to also be all of these are going to also produce oil as well as the core fragments that I actually want. So I need to take that out, turn it into the rocket fuel that I'm going to need to escape this place, and that this ship is going to use as well. And I'm going to dump any spare into this ship as well, because why not? I might as well. So I'll bring this out over here. This is going to be crude oil, which I'm going to process with this singular convenient oil refinery. Let's get rid of some of this nonsense from my inventory as well. Okay, there's not too much more nonsense, unfortunately. So put in the oil refinery wherever it is. Come on, there. Like that. And because I'm oh no, I was going to say because I'm lazy, I'll just make petroleum but I can't do this one because you actually need light oil in order to make rocket fuel at all. So I'll have some of that. Then I'll need some chemical plants, which I seem to have more of, as I remember. So that's another thing I hadn't thought of, but luckily there's some in my ship of usefulness. And then let's see. It's been a little while since I set up oil processing, so let's refresh memories. So we have a I'm going to probably come along and put more everything, more refineries in here. So I'm going to make this in an expandable way. So like this, like that, and then like this, yeah, and like this. Is that right? No, that will go there, and that will go there, and there we go. Right. Okay. So like that. Oh, I need an water input as well. Damn it, forgot about that. Welcome to Laurence Plays very basic very basic early game Factorio. Like that, and tries to, and has forgotten most of it, of course. There we go. So that's going to produce those as expected. We will now want to turn all of the heavy oil into light oil. Where are those chemical plants? There they are. Oh, I'd loaded my inventory already anyway. So I'll put that there. That's also going to require water, isn't it? So heavy into light. Yes, it does require water, because of course it does. Oh, no, like that and that, and that will come from over somewhere else. And then yes, it just produces light oil on the other side, so that gets fed in there. I can then produce using my rocket fuel supply. I brought a load of fuel refineries. No, rocket fuel refineries, but no oil refineries, because that would have been smart. They're not in here though. Where did I put them? In this one? No, this one. This one. Yes, there they are. Take those. Right. So these are the things that actually turn the various types of oil into rocket fuel, but they're no good with crude oil because they're very fussy, because of course they are. I mean, they're making rocket fuel. Rocket fuel is always going to be fussy about these sort of things. So let's put these in over here. So this one is going to we're going to make solid fuel out of petroleum gas as a preference, well, to use up as much of it as we can, but also out of light oil as well, because there's probably going to be some spare. And then we're going to turn light oil into and then we're going to turn that and the light oil into rocket fuel, is it solid rocket fuel first? Oh yeah, then we turn it into liquid rocket fuel to put it into the spaceships. I remember. I can't remember what the proportions are like. Why am I setting it up like this? This is not how you do Factorio. Stop it, Laurence. Do it right. So those will both output the solid fuels like that. Those will be brought over here to this one, which will make the solid rocket fuel. Like that. And then over here, I suppose I could do it like, no, I don't know what the numbers are. Do it like that. Like that. And then here we will make the actual liquid rocket fuel itself, which we can then send down here, and we'll put it into these spaceships. And we will pump it in, because anything else would be foolish. Like that. And this will eventually be fed over to the other spaceship instead of this one. But for now, filling up this one is my priority, so I can get home. That might be a good idea, actually. Yeah, I suppose if there's a lot of waiting around for arcosphere stuff to tick over, you're probably right. Unfortunately, I'm now kind of stuck on this planet because I haven't got enough rocket fuel to take off. So until this starts working and ticking over properly, I'm stuck here. No. Yes. So yeah, this is going to be what's happening for the next little while at least. If it lasts till the end of the stream, which is going to be another hour or two, hope it doesn't last that long, then I guess I'll come back later and I'll sort of get this finished off stream because there's no point in making you watch more than you have to. This one. I've run out of underground pipes. Grr. I'll use a couple of space ones. They're more expensive, but who cares? Right, that's that all set up, and I can drop in one of these, like that. Oh, there's more piping needed over here as well. That needs to be hooked up to that. Oh, and I need water. Mustn't forget the water, even though I totally have. Have I got some more underground pipes in my spaceship? Yes, excellent. Got loads of pipes in there. It's going to hit this belt. No, let's move the belt in. Right, so this we need a water supply down here as well for this. And that water, so that's everywhere where we need water, but I do need to bring it all the way from over here, which means another one of my. Actually, no. It probably doesn't need. I don't need multiple pumps for this. Let's just use the one. And then I can bring this over from here. It'll do. It's a long old pipe, but that's fine. It turns out I have plenty. Right, so now we are actually just genuinely just waiting for the power to kick in down here. And we're at 1800. Jeez, that's a long wait. Let's have a look at the where are the Naquium spaceships? Okay, there's none in the system on their way to the Realm of Shadow. 2 spaceships anchored. How can there be 2 spaceships anchored? How can there be 2 spaceships anchored? There's only room for 1. It must mean the other one's in orbit or something. Oh no, I've got a train snarl. How have I got a train snarl? What's going on here? Oh, right. Crap. Put it back. There we go. Oh no, it needs to go there, not the other place. Right, that will hopefully sort it out for now, but it's still problematic for the future. Signals in ROS. Yeah, this is all a bit sort of crammed into a small space here. I'm not very happy with this design, but I've obviously messed up the signaling, so yeah, what can I do? That would explain why both ships are sitting over here. However, because both ships are sitting there, that means I can go to Kalida's orbit, and I can take the big laser here, fire it at Trelos, like that, and get that warming up a bit quicker. I should have done that ages ago, of course, but yeah. Oh well. It's more than halfway, given that I've made it go faster now. Right. Okay. Still, that was a bit of a mistake. I should have started that cooking a bit quicker. And everyone's telling me I should probably have looked into arcospheres a bit sooner as well. So you're probably right, because, well, why would I doubt you? What I could do actually while I'm here, this isn't going to be enormously effective, but what if I whack in a load of solar panels along here just for the time being while we're waiting, and try and get them in a straight line. And actually, I do put in, because there's no harm in running short of power in all these things. Just let them tick over as fast as they can, or can't, as the case may be, and see how much we get. And we're producing a comically small amount of the power they're requiring, but at least it might get me producing a little bit of a little bit of the oh, these need reprogramming. A little bit of the oil I need. So this is no, not coal, oil. Oh, look how slowly those inserters are moving. That's ridiculous. But they might actually start to, you know, they can't. They're moving so slowly they're not even able to grab the core chunks off the belt as they go past. Now, if I could, I'd turn these off, but there isn't an interface thing to just to flick the switch. I could remove that actually, and let them power. Just have. Oh no, they're still all powered. That didn't help at all. I guess just let it crawl along as it does, like that. Oh, that's terrible. Or here's a better idea: pull up 5 of them like that, because they're really easy and quick to put down. So we're still going to be, we're now down to only needing 120 megawatts, which is a little bit less ridiculous. Oh yeah, I could put down a bit more solar. That's not a bad idea. See how many I can put down before I run out of panels. Or the ability to draw straight lines with the mouse. No, I lost that 8 years ago. This is getting hard. This is going to be harder and harder to pick up the more I just scribble across the place, but never mind. There we go. How much have I got now? 34. Great. I'm quite a long way from the sun, and I'm not in space, so we're producing at minus 65% efficiency on the on the solar panels. But yeah, it is better than nothing, and it's keeping things moving at a non-stupid rate. So how's this getting on up here? It's gradually filling up with oil. Good. And it's outputting oil. Also good. Over here we are making oily cubey things. Here we are just waiting for everything really. Now I don't know whether I should actually have this running or not. Maybe not for now. Then this gets the light oil a bit more quickly that way. Oh yes, good point. Yes, an excellent point. If I productivity module the whole lot of this, then it's going to be a bit quicker. Yeah, I got bored of putting them down neatly. Don't worry, those solar panels are only temporary. They're going to go away fairly soon, and then they'll stop hurting you. But for now, yeah, they're. I just got bored of doing it the tidy way. Anyway, taunting OCD a bit is just some good, clean, harmless fun. If I pull up some of these rocks, then I'll get some coal to put in these trains, and they'll stop whinging about insufficient fuel. It's not a particularly useful thing to be doing, but never mind. Okay, how are we doing? You've done two products finished, and yeah, having the modules in there is definitely going to be helping a bit. In fact, let's see, we're getting 24% productivity, so 3 times, 4 times, because there's so many different stages. That's going to help quite a bit. Now, this might mean I can't get through the oil fast enough, but at the moment it seems to be okay. Let's stick a tank in here anyway, just because. I think having tanks on these things is a good idea, so you've got somewhere to store it all. We'll see how this gets on. Oh, I could put in a beacon actually to speed this up, but there's no point yet. I do think... Wow. Oh no, I suppose it's just because the power's being funny. I was going to say this is coming out so fast just from the one miner that it's overloading all of these. But no, that's because we haven't got enough power, so I won't draw any conclusions from that yet. I could consider going in and playing with the biters that are probably in that pyramid down there, but I'm rather aware that I don't have any. I've only got explosive rockets. I don't have any nuclear rockets, or the Tesla gun or the uranium ammunition. So I'm probably going to get in trouble if I try that. But there's not much else to do here while I wait, so I could just do that. If I get killed, I suppose I could then ask to respawn on Norvis, but that feels like cheating, and I'd then not have any of my useful stuff. So let's have a look in here, see what damage I can do with the Tesla gun, because I think that's my best weapon at the moment, and see what happens. Yes. Oh yes. Yes. I've only got explosive rockets for the rocket launcher and uranium rounds for the machine gun. And oh, now the most important stuff is all this stuff in my armor, which is kind of important to me. I do have a few. Ooh. I wonder if there are any more personal laser defenses in the in my spaceship actually, because it's the sort of place where I might have dumped them. If I could shove a few more of those in, that would give me a bit more of a fighting chance. No, no, none of those. Nothing useful like that. Bleh. Scroll up and down a couple of times just in case I'm wrong. And I can't even fire one of my beams inside the pyramid because it's inside the pyramid and the pyramids are indestructible. So I suppose I suppose I might as well do an inventory dump into here because I'm not going to need any of this inside there except the rocket, probably not even the rocket fuel. I certainly don't need the life support canisters. Don't need any of this. I could put down some turrets in there, I suppose. Actually, that's not a bad idea. If I can get in without getting immediately ganked, I'll put a row of turrets down in front of me and load them up. But if I do get immediately chased, then I'm going to start using the lightning gun. Shields would be nice. I've got the ablative armor and those are Mark IVs, so they're not bad. But they're not quite up to the standards of the they're the ones that you can use and fly. So I'm not sure if well, worst case I can run back out again if I get scared. But I'm pretty sure the other times I've been in them, there haven't been biters on door duty, should we say? They've been over by the nests a bit further away. So, well, I'll also save as well. Save, nothing like a bit of save scumming, is there? We'll see how this goes. But my intention is, if things go badly, run back out again. If things go, if I'm mostly okay because the biters are a distance away. No, if I'm mostly okay because the biters are a distance away but charging, then I'll open fire. If they are miles away, then I'll put up a wall of turrets and then open fire. Right, here we go. Let's see what happens. Right, okay, they're not there. So I didn't bring any turrets with me. Right, they're not close by, so let's start off with some turrets. Here they come. Ah! Ah! Well, that's lost me some turrets. I managed to get out before my shields died, though. Now, the way I did it before was significantly better, because I was able to go in and just lob off a nuke, and that did a huge, huge amount of damage. Oh, no, we're alright. The turrets did actually manage to defeat them. Excellent. Go magic turrets. I'm really actually quite impressed. This uranium ammo is not to be sniffed at. Run away. Actually, I don't know if I need. Don't know if I need to run away. Right. Well, that was a lot easier than I was expecting, if I'm being honest. Yeah, I think that dropping the turrets down and then letting them deal with the first biter wave was really rather effective. No, it's just these really, really big biters. If I zoom in, you see he gets a bit bigger. Yeah, I think it's more of a case that they're just giant biters, and it's a different type of terrain than what you're used to, so he looks smaller. I don't think he's actually smaller. So yes, ooh, efficiency module. That's an interesting one to get a tier 9 of. So that's a minus 1,000% energy consumption. That's a lot of reduced energy consumption. Good. So I've been taking screenshots of all of these because somebody advised me ages ago it was a good idea. So let's do that before I leave. Take a screenshot of that, and we'll call it, where am I? Trelos Pyramid. Save. Just on the desktop, it'll be fine. Right, okay, I apologise for that being such an anticlimax. I was expecting it to be a lot worse than it actually was. Right, that's 3 pyramids, 4 pyramids? I can't remember. Several pyramids done anyway, so that's going quite well. Let's go and see if we have actual proper power now, and I can deal with it, remove this nightmare of a solar farm. Yes, I have 6,000. Excellent. Right, let's get rid of all of this now. There we go. Is everyone's OCD a bit happier now? Oh no, wait, I need that one. That's the emergency one for the Not that it makes any. Oh, actually, no. I could put down that there, couldn't I? It's still going to be covered by this one though, so it probably doesn't help. Get rid of all of that and all of that. Okay, so we now should be running full speed ahead with all of this stuff. I'm going to need a lot more pulverizers by the looks of it. It does seem that. Why are the? Oh, the full. Ah, we've got overflowed with oil, right? Never happy, yeah. I guess you're never happy. But I'm doing my best I can to keep you all guys all entertained. Oh, I haven't built this close enough together. If I do that, then I can fill this up with speed modules, bloomp, and maybe a couple of tier 9 efficiency mod, and a tier 9 efficiency module. There we go. Is that right? Okay. So that should now make this run a lot faster. How fast are we going? 200% speed. Okay, so this is now going to be going a bit quicker. The problem I've run into here is that these are producing oil faster than I can deal with it. So this tank is now completely full. Actually, it's not full. Oh, no. Now I've got the speed modules on the refinery. We're doing a little bit better, maybe. It's sitting at 22,000 anyway, so we should all of these should be able to run. Except the throughput of this pipe isn't enough to take it away. Great. Okay. Let's take out these productivity modules, so this just runs even faster, and fill this up with speed modules instead. Because I want to use up now. I've got to the point where I've got too much oil, so I want to use the oil up a bit quicker. What step? Right. Can I? What? Delete words. Right. It's this seems to be the slow step now, so we'll run this a bit faster. There we go. Right. Yeah, drones are a possibility. I've not really started using those sort of things very much, so I haven't. I've never really. In fact, even in all of my years of Factorio, I've never really played with any of the drone capsule things. I'm not really sure why not. I just haven't. So, yeah, no real excuse. It just does never. They've never. I've always just used the personal lasers, and they've always seemed to be enough. So, yeah, je ne sais pas. And yes, if I'd been planning a little bit more sensibly, I'd have taken out all of the jetpacks and filled it up completely with personal defense lasers, and then it would have been trivial. But I hadn't planned ahead to the point. I hadn't planned to be doing a what do you call it? A pyramid run at that point. So yeah, I don't know why I didn't copy and paste that one because it would save me doing this, but never mind. Right, so that's churning through the oil at a not insignificant rate, but this is going to be crazy when I actually start trying to do this properly and producing all of the materials down here, because we're going to be producing enormous quantities of oil. I don't know what I'm going to do with it all. Let's go through here and just speed module all of these. Okay. Do it this way then, if you insist. Swapping modules around in machines is a pain. I mean, I know I've got the module inserter mod, and I just sort of forgot about it as I started doing that, so that would have been easier, but never mind. There we go. How we doing for balance there? Reasonably good. Okay. So now hopefully this will allow me to churn through this at a bit of a rate. Once we start to run out of the light oil here, I guess at that point I'll replace it, put these back as the efficiency productivity modules again. But it's not really going down very much, so I think speed is better at this point. How are we doing for these fuel things? So I started off, this was on 300, maybe it's on 302, and now it's got to 304. That's not very good, actually. This is going to take a long time. Yes, The cracking? No, it isn't. The cracking is absolutely fine because this tank is empty, basically empty. It's this that's the bottleneck at the moment. Yes, I'd like to come along with a load more oil refineries and put those in, but what can you do? But I've got this running almost as fast as is possible at the moment. And I've got loads and loads of spare power available, so actually let's put a couple more speed modules in here. Not they'll make a huge amount of difference, but they'll make a little bit. This is now running at plus 420, so about 5 times speed. So let's see, what have you guys all been saying? Yeah, I think JJMJ's comment about the capsule bots being consumable is an excellent point. I tend to want things to just be there when and not worry about yet another type of ammunition. I mean, sure, I could if I was playing in vanilla, I could have a factory set up to make them and then just have them automatically delivered by the logistics network like every other type of ammunition and so on. But it's another thing to worry about. Yes, the pylons are great because you can just drop one down and it covers an absolutely enormous area like that. So it makes setting up any sort of electrical network just far easier because you can drop them in without really having to think about it too much. It's a lot better. Shipping resources by cannons. I say, well, it is the starting point. Yes. I mean, I think all of mine originally were transported by a delivery cannon at first, and then I moved over to rockets. I was very tempted, in hindsight, rather, very tempted to, if I was playing this again, to try and rush spaceships and just deliver everything by delivery cannon until I've got spaceships up and running, and then use those rather than having the rocket stage in between. It's probably a silly idea, but it's one that sort of appeals to me. I'm also noticing I'm a bit short of power down here, so let's do that. So I don't know. I don't really know whether to recommend that, but it's a thing that occurred to me as being an interesting thing to try next time. Control. Yeah, no control of the robots as well. Yes. So yeah, that's why I'm, and I'm not going to start using cargo rockets. I suppose I could load up rocket fuel. I could load up something onto a cargo rocket to get it out of here. I think I have a horrible feeling actually looking at this that I'm just going to be producing so much oil I'm not going to be able to do anything with it. I could get the I could use this place. I could move the all the stuff I've got on Asalia over here. I've all of this start producing rocket fuel on Trelos, but I've got this set up here. I don't really want to move it because that's going to be an effort. I think basically I've massively underestimated just how much oil is going to be produced by this system. Yes, putting in some more of these refineries would definitely help, and that's what I'd like to do. What's what I'd like to do in the sort of the medium term. But I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to use up the oil in making rocket fuel for this ship fast enough for it to work. I think it could be worth a try though, so I'll give it a shot, see what happens, see how it goes, because you do need a lot of rocket fuel and a lot of oil to make a lot of rocket fuel. So, and if we look at this, we're still at 304,000. Now we're at 333 because you need to do an integrity check to get these numbers to update apparently. So in all the time I've been blathering about that, we've made about 25 gigajoules, and I need 300 more. So it's going to be a long time till I take off. Sorry about this, people. I knew I wasn't going to be able to take off, but I wasn't expecting it to take quite this long to get everything together that I was going to need. This one is then going to need a further 600 gigajoules. So maybe. I think the best thing for me to do at this point is going to be to try and make some more of these oil refineries, which is stone, glass, and all of the metals. What do I have in here? I have a little bit of brick, a lot of wood. That's not much use. Tiny bit of copper ore. I did not plan this very well. Oh, I've got some glass. That'll help. That helped a little bit. There's an iron ore patch over here. I could start mining from that. There's a stone patch here. I can start mining from that and build some furnaces. Do I have any furnaces? These presumably can't be placed on... Oh, no, they can. No, they can't. They can't be placed on land. I probably don't have any furnaces. They're not a thing I would typically carry around with me. But I can make the basic stone ones easily enough. There's a copper patch up to the north as well. Okay, let's do a bit of that. Let's start from sort of first principles and do a bit of basic factorioing, as if I'd just started a brand new game and had no idea what I was doing. Do I have any drills? Actually, that's the... I've not brought any mining drills with me. I was hoping that would be a thing I'd just have dumped into the spaceship, just for fun. What about down here? No, that'd be far too useful. At least I've got some stone here, so I can make some ovens. What do they call furnaces? Make some of those, and I'll take some wood out of here to fuel them. This is going to be interesting in a slightly stupid way. You have some wood, have some stone. You might as well do the same for now. I'll do some mining over here, get some iron. Yep, definitely very, very space age stuff. Not even. Oh, I could make some burner miners. That's a good point. I can start with that. Maybe, yeah. All right, I'll make some burner miners once I've got a bit of iron ore together. Oh, trains on spaceships. That's a good idea, actually. Yeah, that would be a good one to do. Thank you. Make a note of that. My PA. Do I have a PA? I don't have a PA. Get me a PA, and then you can make a note of it. I don't know why, but that phrasing reminded me of J. Jonah Jameson from Spider-Man. Right, copper as well. Need a bit of that. Oh yeah, what do we need to make a burner inserter? No, make a burner mining drill. Just 7 iron plates. Okay, we might have that burner. There we do. Yes, we do. Nice. Yeah, that is an excellent idea. Making a well, that's a thought. That would be a little bit easier. Excellent idea, Tristan. Thank you. Because I do have loads of pulverizers. That's one of the few things I've got many of. There's another 4. And pulverize that one. There we go. So as the core fragments come around from here, we'll grab them and turn them into cheese. I mean, useful things. How many do you need? You need 16 of those. That's a lot easier than doing all the mining by hand. Excellent idea. Oh yeah, you're right, I do. There we go. Apparently I get crude oil out. That's interesting. I thought it was heavy oil as well, but apparently it's not. I shall put a tank on the bottom for it to just fill up with oil and with water, and then I shall just void it at some point. There we go. I did make a burner mining drill though, so I'm going to use that just because I've made it, and it feels silly not to. So yes, welcome to Laurence Plays Factorio, and goes back to the very, very basics for a little while, because he's got himself stranded on an alien planet. Why did I do that like that? Put that in there, that in there. It's recycling plants, I think. Recycling machines will make heavy oil out of. Yes. Oh, he got in before me, even with the even with the stream lag. Impressive. Okay. So, well, the other thing was glass, wasn't it? So I need another pulverizer. Let's put that over here. To make sand from some of this. Dumped all the stone in the wrong place, but there's going to be more in here, so that's fine. In there. And then you need some fuel. There we go. And now, if I grab all of that, have I got enough to make another, what do we call it? No, I haven't. I'm still short of loads of iron. And steel. Ah. Okay, so one of these is going to be steel. There we go. In fact, another one of these, probably got enough stone. Have I got enough stone bricks? There they are, those things. 15, and I've got 68. Yes, I've got enough stone bricks now, so pull that up. And Matt can be making iron. Give it some fuel. uh, yeah. Why do you want to process crude oil fragments in space? Is it to get oil into space in a way that doesn't require solids? Because I can sort of understand. I can understand that as being a thing you'd want. Okay, that wasn't quite what I expected to happen. Okay, so yeah, it sounds like Frederick on YouTube has reported back to tell us that Russian cargo rockets actually isn't too bad. So yeah, that's is a possibility if you want to go down that route. And it was one that struck me as being potentially interesting and quite useful, and what I would try if I played the game again. Although, to be honest, I'd said the way I do cargo rockets, I think the circuit conditions might be more difficult for cargo rockets than they are for delivery cannons. I suppose you need the transmitter and receiver to stop the delivery cannons firing. Hang on, no, sorry, Russian cargo rockets. No, you've confused me. No, it wasn't. No, I wasn't talking about Russian cargo rockets. I was saying jumping straight from delivery cannons to spaceships and not doing cargo rockets at all, because you need a lot of infrastructure for cargo rockets, and that's just an extra complication that I didn't want to have to deal with. 60 iron plates. And I've got 9. Okay, I shouldn't have dumped all those into the other thing. I've not got enough steel either, though. So actually, maybe I should have done. Are you running at full effectiveness? No. There you go. Right, so let's take all of these and put them in here. There we go. That's running a bit more effectively now. Nah, la 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 la. So yeah, I suppose it comes down to whether you can how much resource you're going to require to get the to manage to get to the point where you can actually start building basic spaceships. And if you can deal with sending all of that by cargo rockets, then it's not going to be too bad. But it is going to be a lot of stuff that you're needing to transport like that, so it will take a while. Do you? Do you need to launch? Do you get? Oh, what do you get from launching a cargo rocket up into space then that you need? I can't think of a. Um. Oh yes, of course, to get up to space. That's a good point. Yeah, I've forgotten about that. Yes, okay, so all right, yeah, you need to launch at least one cargo rocket, but there's a big difference between building up the infrastructure to launch sort of a couple of cargo rockets to get you started on space, and enough infrastructure to take you up to actually get you to get all of the exotic materials and everything else up to space. You need you can fit as much in a base in the first level spaceship as you can in a rocket, because you can put one warehouse in a spaceship, and that's enough for a rocket basically. And that's the same as a rocket. You do have to build quite carefully, but I think all of my first spaceships were all just based around one warehouse like this, and probably a little bit smaller than this one. This has a biter. That's not what you want. Technically a spitter, but still enough to scare me. Yeah, so this spaceship down here has a hull stress of 493, so you can make one this size, and it has a container stress of only 537. So you'd only need to be a little bit smaller. So I think if I took these chests out from the bottom here, this spaceship would be a perfectly valid first spaceship, and it's got a warehouse full of space on it. So yeah, it's not bad at all. I think you can do quite well with even just your first with just your very first spaceship. No, no meteor defenses here yet. That's a good point. That's something I could be doing while I'm waiting, actually. So the meteor defenses, I want to arm them from my from this ship. So what I'm going to do is put in a chest here and a long-handled inserter here and a belt here, and then meteorite defense guns. Thank you. That's a very good point. I completely forgot I was going to need those. Actually, I'm going to put another chest here, and then I'm going to grumble a bit because I didn't think this all the way through. Yeah, possibly going and building some. I'm going to build some defenses and then have a look around and find out where that biter came from and go and sort of ask it very nicely if it would mind not doing so. Just not being. Oh, okay. There's quite a lot of them over there. Right, I think I found where that one came from. Let's do something about this. Zap zap. That was easier than expected. I didn't realise I built quite so close to a biter nest, to be honest. It's possible I hadn't and they just expanded into that area, because I'm pretty sure when I looked on the map before, the only biters were these ones. The only biter was that worm there. Now, technically that's... Oh, maybe they're coming from somewhere else. Alright, let's go over there and have a look. Ow! That was slightly worse than the previous one because I flew into them. Never mind. Right, back down here. How are we doing? We are at 392. Yeah, I'm going to be here for a while. Yes, successful negotiations indeed. I would say that's all has gone well with the asking them not to, should we say? How am I getting on with? Oh, I can make an oil refinery at last. Yes, there will be biter meteors. That is part of the reason I want to build up the better defenses. There's a lot of stuff to make a. It's weird. I've forgotten how annoying this sort of thing is doing this sort of thing manually. All right, one in there, one in there. No, mouse. Thank you. One in there, one in there, one in there. Oh, oh. I understand. That's why it wouldn't go in. And a pack of that in there. There we go. Right, so now we paste pipe. Why am I not copy pasting this? I don't know, but I'm nearly there, so it's probably easier to do this. I've run out of pipes, but fortunately there's some in the spaceship. There we go. Have I used up all of the oil? I have. Crikey. Okay, time to start efficient. So, what? Why is this jammed? Why are you jammed? You're full of oil. What? Why are these not? Oh, they don't pass the oil down. Oh, idiot. Oh, maybe I did. I forgot that these don't pass the oil down the down through the machines and spill it out at the end like mining drills do with sulfuric acid. So I need to do this. Wait, that. I don't know why I'm using quite so many undergrounds here. Let's do that, and that, and that, and that, and that, and that. And actually, copy. No. There we go. That explains why everything was running quite so slowly and... I don't know. I did have a lot of oil actually, but not that one. Okay, so here we need pull all that up because that's nonsense. I'll actually leave that. Come up there, there, and then pipe. Then we go underground. Get rid of all of that because it's nonsense too. That can go up there. Ooh. Right, there we go. That's getting the oil out now, and everything should now be ticking along nicely. Okay, let's try and get these right. Oh yeah. Oh no, I saw movement. It was just this thing rotating. I thought it was a biter coming in. No, missing one connection on the oil. Am I? Did you mean that? Did you mean that one? I think the rest of it looks okay. So this will all flood up here. This is now going up slightly, which is okay. Which is actually no, it's not going up slightly. It's just dumped all of it out into here. That's probably fine. Right. How are we doing over here? This is now going to start causing backlogs up here, I suspect. We'll see how it goes. But I can always put it. I can put in more machines. That's not a problem. How's the power consumption? Oh, still virtually zero because I haven't put in another mining drill yet. So how? Oh, the point question is, how are the pulverizers doing? Are we? Basically, how many pulverizers does it take to keep up with one of these machines on this ridiculous planet? If I put in another one here, it's now between the two of them. They are producing. I mean, that looks like a full belt to me. It's slightly hard to tell because it's moving so fast, but it looks like a full belt. The pulverizers do seem to be keeping up though, so that's sort of okay. The oil production is that's all right as well. Where did I miss? Where did I miss an underground pipe? I mean, I could happily believe you're right, but I don't see a missing one. And all these pipes seem to be draining, and all the machines seem to be running. No, actually, these ones aren't running. Ah, there. Yes, thank you. Loop. Got it. Right, so that's jumped up because we've just dumped a load more oil in, but that's sort of acceptable. It's sort of the sort of behaviour we would expect from this sort of thing. Let's make some more metals, and so I can make another refinery. Another refinery? No, not yet. I need a lot more steel. Okay, well, in that case, let's grab another block of this and put it in there, and it can make it. We'll steel ourselves. There we go. How much steel have I got? 10 and 1. Okay, I shall be patient for now. But yes, so I would I don't know. I feel like this might actually be enough, or I could put in a second system. Yeah, because these belts aren't particularly full, and we are getting through all the stuff that's flowing out of these two mining drills. So I think having a second copy of this, and it looks like once it's no, it does need this many pulverizers, but that's okay. I can put in another bank of them up here, running off another 2 drills, and then more of these. Yeah, I think this is going to work out quite well, and we're just going to have a massive flow of stuff core fragments coming through. Although that said, we haven't even filled up a single train yet. Granted, this one I cheated a bit by taking some out of it, but let's fuel these trains up so they stop complaining at me. Yeah, so we haven't even got the first train filled up yet, so this is taking quite a long time. This isn't producing it quite as quickly as I was thinking it would. So I think we're probably alright here. I do need to put in some defences before I go, come to think of it, because there are potentially going to be biters all over the place. No, this is fast enough. I'd rather use productivity modules and create a bit more of it, to be honest. But I will create a copy of all of this here. Now, I'll do something funny with those belts to make this all work nicely. Let's put that there and move the move the water pipe up a bit, I think. And if I put it there, then it's going to be really easy to fix the belt afterwards. I don't know if I've got enough productivity modules for all of this. We'll see how it goes. Yes, I do need to put more meteorite defense guns in, but I haven't even got any meteorite defense ammunition for them yet, so it's a bit of a... it's kind of academic at this point, is what I'm sort of trying to say. I haven't got enough... Oh, I've got words. Let's get some more of those out of the ship. How is my low-tech stuff going? Quite well. Let's make another one of those. Oh, I am running low on underground pipes, actually. That's a bit of a concern. Especially there's probably quite a lot more required. Yes, for that build up there. Yes, that one. Okay, I seem to have also run out of... I've run out of pulverizers. I've run out of blue belts. And that's probably might be about it. Let's grab some of them and find out. So down here I've got plenty of pulverizers. And have I got any more blue belts? I have not. That's annoying. So I'm going to have to start using space belts, which is... I don't like to do this because it looks untidy and because space belts are a lot more expensive. But, you know, when you have to, you have to. I'm not going to start making those from scratch. That way it would be a bit... That way does lie madness. What? Why is there a... No. Don't leave a gap. Just put in a belt. Oh, I bet they're putting them under the blue belts. Which sort of makes sense, but is also sort of annoying. Don't need any of this. Oop, do need that one. Maybe I'll be able to harvest... No, I won't be able to harvest enough for it to actually work. Let's get rid of those. And then this one could be a space belt all the way up there, like that, and across like that, and that. No, behave. Why isn't there an underground here? Oh no! Oh wait! Oh no! Half of this is going to be required. These are outputs, not inputs. You know, I don't know why these are going between two different... Oh, I'm getting distracted by trying to think of too many things at a time, so I need to put in another one of these. Like, not you, that. I suppose I could put in another oil tank, it's not going to hurt anything. Oh, the water supply's broken the water supply, of course I have. There we go. Yeah, so the amount of stuff that's coming out on these belts, I mean, this could just feed straight onto there. I don't need to have these funny turny round things. Behave. Stop doing what I don't want you to do. I don't need to have that. So this, yeah, there we go. That goes onto both sides of that one. Although, actually, to be honest, it's still not very full. I can have this go on to this one. And this. Actually, I am going to need to do a this. Fiddly. Yeah, I know I've only got one side. Yeah, I'm not worrying too much about exactly how much is going on in each of the belts because it doesn't matter. I'm just trying to use slightly fewer belts because I haven't got very many. Oop, he says immediately running out. I do have, granted, I do have a lot of the space ones, so I can. I can use as many of those. I'm not actually going to run out, but I'm aware that I'm using the more expensive belts. So, I wonder if this will fit on the same one. Let's find out. I'm aware now. I'm putting 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 streams onto the same belt, but when there's another one just down there, okay, let's not do that. That's a silly idea. Just let that flow. Well, that seems to be okay though. Although these are all running, these are all having issues. Why are these having issues? Oh, because there's no oil output. Of course not. Of course. Why are they offset by 1? That bothers me. I thought I lined them up, but apparently not. That's going to upset everyone's OCD. Can't deal with this being off by 1. Sorry. The pipes going through the middle carrying the water are going to be a bit of an annoyance for this, but never mind. I'll fix them in a minute when this has all happened. When this is all finished happening. Because this is going to take a while. Oh, that type of core fragments. Oh, because all the belts are full, so it's taking even longer. Ah, blow my neck. Oh dear. We'll have a fully functional system up and running here in no time, I'm reasonably sure. Right, and now that's in the right place. I can get rid of that one. That can come out of there and just join onto there, and then it will all start working nicely. And I can extend that back a little bit and put in the core miners over here as well, and then everything will be as it should be. Still seem to be short. I was going to say I'm short a couple of pulverizers, but actually that's okay because I can get them from the 2 extra ones I put in for the oh dear, I've had a bit of a crisis thing. No, not core fragment crude oil. You can have. I don't have any core fragment vanillas. You know what? Let's just do it like this. Right. That seems to now be buzzing away reasonably happily. The core fragments and the stone are pouring out of these in much the way I'd expect them to. We are using up all of the... Well, we're using up all of what was coming out of one of them. But we seem to now have too much oil. Why are you guys stopped? What have we filled up here? None of these are full. Why have these stopped? Have we got water problem again? We've got... Oh, did I not fix... No, I fixed the water and then I broke it again. I remember. Where is it broke? Where did I break it? Oh, here. There we go. Why have you stopped? Someday, I will actually put in another machine and get it right, rather than going, rather than leaving it not running all by itself over there. Okay, so we're getting a lot of light oil through, so I think I need to make a copy of this, or several copies of this. And the system is pretty much self-rate limiting, because if we use up all of the light oil making the cubes, then yes, the cubes will back up, and then the oil will just all go into the rocket fuel. So in the long run, it is effectively self-limiting on the rate it does everything at. We don't need to worry too much about that. This is... I can't tell if this is going down or not. Do I need to put even more of these in? So that's fine. That's probably going up slightly. So let's put in another one of these. like that. And that. Oh no, it's probably mostly rate limited by the fact this is full. So I think I need, yeah, more of these. Are these now? And in fact, I need more of all of this. Copy all of that from there in like that, and realise you've got absolutely no belts at all. Oh, and I've run out of fuel refineries now as well, but never mind. Okay, well that's been a bit of a silly time. We are still producing oil faster than we know what to do with it, faster than we're using it up. So I think it might be time to try and make some more of everything. Actually, I've got there. Okay. Make another at least one more of the maybe 2 or 3 more of these, because actually each one of these counts as 5 because of the number of speed modules I've got crammed into the damn things. So making a few more of these to go along here would be good. How's this coming along? Let's not stand on the railway line, even if the train's unlikely to go. 440, 400, oh, 500. So we are getting there quite nicely. Am I? Oh yeah. Thank you. But we still haven't. Oh no, we've virtually filled up this. No, we have filled up this train. Are these not on automatic? Is that the problem? They're not on automatic. Alright, so go to core pickup. And then go to... Why is it... Oh, one of them's not full. Okay. Automatic. None of my trains are turned on. That was going to core pickup, isn't it? Yes, it is. And this one, core pickup. Oh, biters! Don't go in the spaceship, you muppet. God of Thunder coming through. That lightning gun is ludicrous. Could definitely get used to that. I should call it Mjolnir for obvious reasons. Ah! Fly! There we go. Don't destroy stuff, I haven't got the resources to rebuild it all. Right, I definitely need to put in some defences now. That has become very, very clear. How do you build walls? Bricks, okay. That's a bit of a pain, but possible. I might just build a wall of laser turrets, to be honest. Or actually... I mean, I have other ways of dealing with biters, I suppose. Have I put in any radars here to allow me to find them? Some over there, some down here. I might just have to set this planet being auto-scanned and auto-glaved. I think that's a term. Right, so let's go off to Calidus orbit. Pick one of these end ones. You, for example, will do nicely. I want you to auto-glave on Trelos. Good. There we go. So I'll just leave that running now. Where is it glaving? Over there. Okay. Now, I'm always a little bit worried about these, that if that tries to go from here to here, is there a chance it might just plough straight through the middle of my base, and I'd be very, very sad? Why don't I build... Well, it's a really, really big planet for starters. It's bigger than Norvis, so ridding into bugs would be an enormous job. I could go around and clear the area inside my pollution cloud of bugs, actually. That's probably worth doing. Especially as I'm just sitting here for quite a while. Yes, this is definitely worth doing, but I think I can't do the entire planet, short of using a plague rocket. Which, I mean, I could use a plague rocket, I suppose. It's not... Not impossible. I landed. Never mind. But I think just leaving the autoglaive running for a while should do quite nicely. So I'll leave it at that. That is impressively powerful. I'm quite impressed. In fact, the even the what do you call it? The personal defense lasers aren't half bad. They're ripping through even the big green biters in very little time flat. Yeah, I think I've probably got to the point of Factorio now where the bugs are they're a bit of a danger to my infrastructure if they happen to come along and chew on it. I think the glaive came through here, but they're not really a danger to me as such. So I can go in and easily deal with the bugs without any real difficulty. Oop. Like this. Now the other thing I think I need to do, because the glaive presumably won't go out and kill anything that I don't know about, so it's on its way up there at the moment. So I think what I need to do is I need to do a bit of a scan on Trelos, but I need to make sure I don't leave this going on too long, or I will I'll just trim the surface. Yes, I did trim the surface. Damn it, wrong button. Yeah, so I need to leave this going, but not for too long, or I'll explore far more of the world than I actually want to. Oh, so does the plague not actually just kill all of the bugs and Yeah, and part of the reason I came here is because the planet is bigger than Norvis, and therefore I'm going to get enormous quantities of core mining out of it. Because I got a bit fed up with all the little ones like Asalia, where you get tiny specks of tiny amounts of or core fragments out of them. So I thought, let's go somewhere big, and I also wanted it to be somewhere that didn't have too much in the way of weird resources, because I don't want to have to deal with a load of holmium core fragments, for example. And I reckon the oil was probably going to be simple enough that I could manage it. I could manage dealing with it. Either by shipping it all back to Norvis orbit, or by just turning it into rocket fuel as I'm doing at the moment. So, I mean, this was probably my long-term plan anyway, to turn it into rocket fuel. I just had my hand forced a little bit because there was more there was a bit more of a need for rocket fuel than I was expecting, should we say, in that I didn't have enough to take off. Oh, I don't have power over here. I've flown into the ship hard enough that I've gone inside it. That does. Oh no, no. So they've got power. They haven't got ammunition. All right, that's all right. But they haven't got. They won't have power when the ships aren't there. So let's do this. There we go. Yes. Oh yes, I was putting down some more of these. I remember. 10, 9, 8. 8 is probably sufficient, to be honest. Sigh. Right, and now this needs to bring out what do you call it? Meteor defense ammunition. But I reckon I can fill that up on when it lands on Norvis. Aha! One of the trains has filled up, and is now going around into the spaceship. And the second one has gone in there and started filling up. Oh, you had 10 meteorite defense guns and a meteorite destroyed. What's the point? Yes, I brought some. I did pick up some meteor defense ammunition, didn't I? Thank you. I'd completely forgotten about that. There we go. Have some of that. Nom 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 nom. Yeah, I forgot I'd pick some up because I have a memory like a goldfish, basically. Yeah. I do like this design. The funny thing is, it's almost completely unnecessary. The way things are currently working at the moment. So I originally designed this like this in order to allow the spaceships to load and unload really quickly, because rather than having a belt going into them and then feeding it into a warehouse and that takes forever because a belt is slow, a train can just roll in straight in and it's in there. It takes seconds, and then the other end it could just roll out. But it takes so long to load the trains up that I could just have a belt going in there and filling up a warehouse. That said, at the other end, if things are going well on Norvis, then we've got down. Let's turn that back off again because I don't care about pollution. Down here, in theory, spaceships could be arriving in fairly quick succession here, and it's at this end where I want the trains to rock out, dump the cargo, and get straight back on board the ship again. Unfortunately, I don't have quite as many ships buzzing around. I don't have enough core fragment production going on as I would like, because all of the blooming planets, like Kothar, for example, they're all completely chock full of the exotic material that's coming out of the core fragments. So I've got so much iridium or iridite coming out here that the core fragments are backed up and the trains don't get loaded. So yeah, that's why I wanted to go off to another planet that had sort of normal, just normal basic stuff on it. How are we doing? 619. Ooh, I'm very nearly there. Look at that. It might be more space efficient to ship the core fragments around. And to be honest, that's another thing. If I did Factorio again, sorry, if I did space exploration again, that's another thing I'd do. I would ship everything to a central place and process it there. But because Kothar has all of my iridium processing on it, all this stuff, I don't want to rebuild this again somewhere else. So I'm pulling out the iridite here and shipping it off to be processed there. So yes, it probably would be slightly more efficient to ship this as iridite core fragments. What's the recipe? Take in 16 and produce 5 core fragments, 10 iridites, and 1 stone. I don't know, actually. No, I think this probably is more efficient to do it on the in situ. I think this is probably better. Probably more efficient to do it like this, but it's more logistical fiddliness. So that's why I'd change away, because spaceships are cheap to run. The trains are set. So it does use yes, it uses circuits. So the trains are set to go to core pickup. Let's turn station names on. It goes to core pickup first to pick up fragments. Then it goes to the wait station here. Then it tries to go onto a spaceship, and if there is a spaceship there, it will go onto the spaceship to a spaceship station. If there isn't a spaceship there, then it will try to go to this one, but this one has a train limit of 0, so it can't go to this one. So it will just wait. Otherwise, it then tries to go to core pickup, and you have all kinds of stupid things happening. Then, when a spaceship arrives, it'll go onto the spaceship. At the other end, it will then wait until it gets signal A is 510, so it's fed the signal from the spaceship itself. So that means when it's anchored on Norvis, the train will go off to core unload to on the other end. It will unload, then it'll go to a wait station, exactly the same system as here, with a wait in a spaceship. It'll go back onto the spaceship again when a spaceship is available, and then when it's anchored somewhere, but that somewhere is not Norvis and not Norvis orbit, then it will leave and go back out to core pickup. So with all of that working together, the trains will do the sensible things and go to all the places they should go to, and it basically works. But it took me a fair amount of faff to get this up and running. So yeah, it's a little complex. Right, I bet you've now got enough fuel, haven't you? 653 gigajoules. Nice. Space. I can go home. Yay! So let's pull up all of this. All the way to here. Then we need to go off this way. And down here. Yes, down here. And then in here. Oh, there needs to be a pump there. Pump, 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 pump. Pump. There we go. And that bit in there. So now we have a supply of oil flowing into here because, well, this ship is completely empty because I built it here in situ. Oh yeah, tanks. That's a good idea. I've only got one piece of spaceship floor. Okay, I can't use the booster tanks then. That's a shame, because I don't have any spaceship floor to put them on. But I can use normal tanks, which is better than nothing. Yeah. Bump, bump. There we go. So we'll have a little bit of a store down. Let's put in another pump, like that. There we go. Is that all covered by this guy? No, it's not. That pump is only going to work when there's a spaceship arrived, which is not what we want. So that'll do. Okay. So yes, now we're still producing the rocket fuel. It's passing down, coming down this pipe. It's going to fill up in these, go into these tanks down here, and when there's no spaceship here, it'll buffer in this one, which is good. That's what we want. Let's put a couple more tanks in just to complete the pattern. And then it'll be pumped as quickly as possible into the spaceship when the spaceship arrives. Good. That may or may not be enough. We shall see. How are we doing up here with the oil? We're still not getting through the oil quickly enough. How are you guys getting on? Can I build another couple of these? I can. Another couple of oil refineries. Now, as I said, these aren't going to be anything like as good as the existing ones, which is a shame. But there's not a lot I can do about it because I've run out of speed modules. Where can I fit this in? Let's fit that in there and then sort out the obvious problems like that. So this will go from there to there, and then we'll have a pipe across there. Fine. This is going to be... I've run out of underground pipes. Typical. Does that reach? It does reach. Excellent. Did I get all of the underground pipes out of here? Yes, I did. I've got lots of pipes, but I haven't got lots of iron, so making underground pipes might be a bit of a mission. Let's take some more iron out of here. Put it into the everythings. Can I make some underground pipes? Yes, 4 of them. Is that 4 or is it 4 pairs? I don't know. Either way, that seems to have done it. Let's replace those back with the normal iron ones. Okay, so that'll speed things up a minute amount. I can put in some more oil storage, but that won't actually help at all. This is basically, it's just, there's so much oil being produced by all of this that we can't keep up, which is a bit problematic. But I guess I'm just going to have to come back out here again later with some more stuff. Shipping ingots wherever possible. Yes, ingots is the most efficient way of shipping things around. That's definitely true. But at least it's the most space efficient way of shipping things around, and that is actually what I'm doing pretty much everywhere. But as the guy with the Cyrillic name, I'm not going to say Russian because I might get myself in trouble, says, the setting up all of the infrastructure is a bit of a faff. But that said, you do have to set it up somewhere. Power is not so much a problem once you've got the beam power system set up, because you have all the power you could possibly want just everywhere. It's easy. But I think the biggest downside of it actually is that you then have to worry about infrastructure to deal with, logistics. So the infrastructure you have to build somewhere anyway. But if you have it all in if you have it all in its own separate places, you have to worry about logistics. So you end up with a lot of different stone turning up in one place, or glass in another place, or sand and all that sort of thing, and you have to deal with that somehow. And the way I've ended up dealing with that is I've got on Kothar and actually all the other places, all of the stone that comes out is turned into sand, which is turned, and all the stone and the sand is turned into glass. That's put in a rocket. That's all shipped off to Norvis, down in my spaceport here. All the glass that's produced off planet comes in here. It then gets put into this rocket and then sent to wherever glass is actually needed. So it's a double handle. It's a bit of a faff and it's a bit silly, but that means that only that the glass from other places gets used up first, and then only when that is all used up do we use up the glass from here, which we are still actually producing in quite large quantities. So it's all a little bit silly, but it does basically work. So yeah. No, 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 no. More nuclear power is not the answer. The answer is beam power. Beam power is far cleaner, easier, and tidier than nuclear power. And you don't have to worry about running out of uranium. You don't have to worry about taking up quite as much space. It's just generally better. Yeah, so I mean, I was doing the nuclear power plants at first, and then I sort of gradually moved away from them to having to using the beam power, as I say. So my no, I need the stone is actually useful. I don't want to turn it into landfill because I need enormous quantities of glass around the factory for I can't really remember what. I think most of it goes into making memory card substrates at the moment, and possibly low density structures. Right, so my hope with this system here is that once I manage to launch this ship, assuming I do eventually manage to launch the ship, and we don't back up completely on absolutely everything else first, that this ship will basically take all of the oil from here, from that this planet is producing as a side product, in the form of rocket fuel, and use it to fly to wherever it needs to get, wherever it goes. It will then be filled up completely when it's on. Oh wait, this is problematic. Because it's going to come here. It's going to be full when it lands here, or virtually full when it lands here, because it goes. Okay, so if I change, I'm going to have to change the order it goes places in. So it's going to have to go from here to Norvis orbit to refuel, so it can land on Norvis and take off again, and then come here. Right, so I'm going to need to rearrange these. So this is if you have lots and lots of core fragments. That's this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one. Then go to. What if I put in right? So I don't want to make. Right. Leave the spaceship. Fly. Oops. Zoom out so I can tell what I'm doing. Come over here. Right. So if I put down a temporary one of these and we say we copy. So these are all, yeah, these are all exactly the same apart from the destination. So this one is saying go to Norvis orbit. So we'll save the Norvis orbit one for now. So this is taking off when there is nothing. So this is going from Norvis to Norvis orbit. So this should go from Norvis to here, wherever here is. So I want to go from Norvis to here, which is going to be this one, although I need to change that number. Then this one is the from Norvis orbit, so this one's to go to Norvis, which is this one. And then from this planet, we go to Norvis orbit, like that. 510, 1.1000. Okay, where are we? What is Trelos? Trelos is 1144. So we change this one to 1144, and we change this one. No. We change one of these that's watching A's. Yeah, this one to 1144. I think that's all correct. This ship is probably going to get stranded somewhere, and I'm going to feel very, very silly. What's going on? Oh, right. Why is there a lamp there? Right. Used to be a train stop up the wrong end of the train, and it's still in my blueprints, apparently. Okay, so that I think is probably going to work. Well, the only question is going to be whether we get through enough oil. I think I may well end up needing to set up massive tanks to store all of the oil that's produced. In fact, I think I'll do that now because these are just filling straight back up again as fast as I put more down. And then potentially in the future... That's convenient. That's convenient too. Wow. Use this to ship out... ship oil from here to Norvis orbit as well. Or to anywhere where it's needed. Yeah, I think that's going to be the answer. So for now, I want a massive oil buffer. But for the future, we'll come out and see if we can be a bit more, if we can use this somewhere else. Now the question is the other question is this going to get enough rocket fuel to take off? And I think it before it fills up. And I think it is because we've filled. We've basically filled 2 trains now, and I've filled this ship up in that time, and I've half filled this ship. No, 20% filled this ship. So yes, I think it's probably going to be okay, but I am going to have to deal with this oil at some point in the future, and ideally not by voiding it, because that's a waste. Okay, I think that's probably manageable. That's a very good idea, because otherwise I will forget. Thank you. Alarm, llama. I know you're in there somewhere. I found you last time. And I only used one of them. There it is. Put that there. Circuit, no. If oil greater than 24,000, no, show alert. Trelos has too much oil. And actually, while I'm here, I should set up a second one. While I'm thinking about these things, I should set up a second one of those and plug it into an accumularizer. I don't want to use a holmium one, that's a waste. I've got a cheap one. Apparently I am going to use a holmium one because I don't have any cheap ones. That's a shame. Oh well, never mind. They're also reasonably cheap. Where was it? I've lost it. And the plot. Dum. There it is. If... No. Red cable. That to there. If A is less than 95. Shush. Show alert. And I want the power symbol again. Where was that? I had a lightning bolt somewhere. There it is. Trelos power. Right. Boom. Power to the bottom right side of the base. I think this stuff. Yeah, I have. Power goes across here, across the bottom. It's not just going through the middle of the through the spaceships. Yeah, yes. The problem with the problem with using cargo rockets is you end up having to send all of the parts back out to them. Whereas if you have the very, very centralized logistics system, you can just drop in a rocket, like a spaceship like this one, pick up everything and fly out again. All you need is the basic resources that are coming from there, which is quite nice. But yes, I don't seem to be getting through. As you saw when I looked at Kothar, there's not an enormous amount of iridium being pumped out of there. Now, granted, I'm not actually doing any research at the moment, so I'm not ripping through the resources as I might be otherwise. But still, I'm not getting through enormous amounts of stuff. However, I think I've run out of things to do on this planet now. I've sort of prevaricated all the way around the bush. I suppose I could make more of these, more refineries, but I've already got more oil coming through than I know more solid fuel coming through than I know what to do with. So I think that's probably okay. I'm going to leave that. I think I'll leave that now and head back. What have I forgotten anything? Probably. Let's make some notes about this actually. So Trelos is going to have too much oil eventually. Trelos needs an oil sink. I don't want to come back here every so often and just dump it out of the tanks, because that's a horrible mess. Oh, what I do need is to set up that glaive running again. Oh, it is running again. Awesome. Oh, what I need to do is stop the... Where's Trelos? there's Trelos. What I need to do is stop the scan running, because I've now probably explored far more of Trelos than is healthy. Yes, that is far more of Trelos than is healthy. And means my glaive is... Goodness, where is my glaive? Can't even see it. I'm sure a blob normally appears on the map. Maybe I'm zoomed too far out. Let's find it the other way then. If I go back to Kalidas orbit and to here and to there, then I can... Oh, I don't know what happened there. Where is base? Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, right, okay. So I want to pick off the ones that are closest to start with. So I think, yeah, these ones here are a good place to start. Except there aren't any there. What? Alright, there are some down here. Yes, okay, we'll get these ones entered first. Oh, and it's going to trundle all the way across the world from there, isn't it? Is there any way to see where it actually is? I mean, I know they show up on the map, but only if you're not zoomed too far out. So maybe I need to... Or maybe I just don't worry. Oh, there it is. It's all it's all the way over here. It's a ridiculous place for it to be. Oh dear. That said, it seems to be moving back, and it's probably moving for these ones. That said, if I just leave it running, the pollution... it's leaving a pollution cloud as well. Great. The pollution cloud isn't really too much of a worry. I think I will set up some... Ooh, that's trying to leave. Because it's got 2 trains on it now, but it hasn't got anything like enough fuel. Okay, well, it's kind of nice to know that the system is basically kind of sort of working-ish, maybe. But it's also slightly annoying that it's trying to go and it can't. But what can you do? Right, so let's set up some laser turrets before I go. I think that's probably a good idea. So a few of these across here like this and like this, because these are areas where biters have wandered in so far. So maybe these are the sort of the dirty, polluty areas that the biters are most offended by. Over here is probably going to be an area they'll come in through as well. These lasers probably aren't going to do all that well at stopping large biter incursions, unfortunately. But I'm sort of doing what I can with the gear I've got, and just hoping that it might be enough. We'll see how it goes, though. This is going to keep trying until it can finally go. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm going to get out of here, I think. Let's go back to Norvis. I've had enough of this place. It is a silly place. Why am I going to have an issue when it does launch? Oh, you're right. It doesn't. Oh, I forgot about the ion stream. This is why I don't normally build spaceships here. I'm not going to have any rocket engines, am I? Because why would I? And I probably won't have enough rocket fuel. What? Oh, heck, one of my... Give me my character back. Right, one of my guns is being damaged over here, apparently. Stop it. Oh, yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah, piping some out of my ship sounds sensible. I've got... Yeah, I used 1,000 to get here, so yeah, I think that's an entirely reasonable thing to do. Where's the... There's the ion stream. It comes in there. Oh, good grief. How do I... Oh, yeah, there. That's how I get ion stream out. Yeah, that's a good idea, stealing a little bit from my ship. And if I just do this with pipes, then I shouldn't get too much flowing through too uncontrollably like I might with a pump. So, do that. And then cut. Actually, let's go a little bit more than that. Let's take this down to sort of 15,000. That flows really quickly. Do gases flow quicker than liquids, do you think? Because I'm not used to liquids flowing that quickly through this much pipe between things like this. That didn't seem quite normal. But never mind. That was a good shout. Thank you for pointing that out to me. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, radars are a good idea. They're not vital, but because with the navsat, you can see what's going on all over the place anyway. You mean uphill, Morton? Because it's a gas, and gases float at the top of the tank, as you can see there. But yes, maybe that's why. Right. Where did that biter come from? Presumably here. Maybe the glaive will get its thing sooner or later. Can I redirect the glaive? And I thought you could. I can glaive and tell it to glaive here, I suppose. Nope, it's still going off all its own merry way. Maybe I'll just... Where's it? Why is it completely ignoring me? Oh, okay. Oh, I see. So it's beating up those by... Right, okay. So I've turned it off, and then I set the destination again to... Where was it I was going? Oh yeah, down here. Then I can set it to glaive, and it'll nuke those ones. Screw those biters specifically. And then if I set it to auto glaive, it'll destroy everything in the area. Okay, good. It's nice that it seems to be hot enough that it does tend to kill off the biters in the immediate vicinity as well. It's not just taking out the spawners. Generally. Not always, of course. So there probably are going to be some biters that are going to wander over and attack the factory. That's annoying. Maybe I'll have to come... Do I have any more lasers in here? No. I might have to come back with more lasers and just... Or walls or something and defend this place properly. But we'll see how it goes. Right. I really am going to go now because I think I've done enough around here. Hey Daniel, welcome to the stream. And I say welcome. I mean, it's fairly late on into the stream at this point, I'm afraid, and I'm probably going to be going fairly soon. It does feel like I spent nearly all of it just sitting on the... that was weird. I accidentally unmuted my own Twitch window. I could hear myself. That's not quite what I wanted. I think I need to glaive that one, to be honest, because that's inside the pollution cloud. So yes, I've spent almost all of it trapped on this planet because I came here without any rocket fuel and had to make a load manually, like an idiot. But never mind. Oh crikey, all of this is almost half full already. This is not going to last long. So what we're probably going to find happens here is that all 4 of these trains will be full, and we still won't have enough fuel for the ship to take off. How's it doing now? 262. So almost halfway. However, I reckon there's probably enough oil in these tanks to buffer it that we'll be able to produce more rocket fuel in order to load this up, and it will then be able to take off. So I think we should be all right. Right. Okay. Good. Yes, there's a little bit of trying to remember what on earth I've been doing. Yeah, so yeah, we'll blame the week off on why it took me so long to get any of this stuff working. Right, let's head back to Norvis. This has been quite enough of this. The silly thing is, I'm afraid I'm going to be taking another break next week as well. There's not going to be another Factorio stream next Wednesday. However, I'm not actually going away for the whole week this time, so other videos will carry on as normal. assuming I actually have time to make the all the ones that I want to. So hopefully you'll I'll be able to get out at least one, maybe two of the tutorial videos, so you won't be completely without Factorio content from me, and hopefully that'll be not interesting enough to keep things going. So there's a few left that I want to make. Obviously there's the intermediate, or the LTN one, where you're making stations that do multiple things. So like these ones in Norvis orbit. I don't know why I'm looking around to try and find ones if it's difficult. All of these ones where we've got multiple things being unloaded from the same station. So I've got a video that talks about doing that, and loading multiple things and loading and unloading from the same station, and all kinds of stuff like that. So that should be fun and interesting. I want to do another one about setting up a shopping list in space exploration. So the thing I've got going on here, where I've got a load of constant combinators with the things that I would like to be delivered to this place, and how to get that working nice and smoothly. And I've had I've had a request now, and it's an excellent idea on how to set up spaceships to work with trains. So I'll produce something for that as well. That shouldn't be too difficult. Why are you not getting recharged? So that's another one on the old to-do list. Yeah, stop firing at Trelos. Trelos doesn't need you. Norvis orbit, and there. There we go. I do want to look at Norvis orbit though, because I press the right buttons. There we go. Yes, it has obviously been too long since I played this game, because I'm pressing the wrong buttons all the time. Okay, that's still at 9,400, so it's not as much of a problem as I thought it might be. So the spaceship has got a little bit stuck here, and I say stuck. What I actually mean is it's got back to Norvis orbit, and there isn't enough demand on the crashed naquitite for it to be taken away. So that's going quite well. Let's have a look at Tulip. See why there is a lack of demand on it, and let's turn pollution off again. So over here with the spaceship, not you. The spaceship has landed here. This has stopped. Why is this stopped? What have we run out of? We've run out of vitalic acid as usual, because we've run out of glass. Why have we run out of glass? Goodness sake. Why? Here. Why is a rocket full of glass not turned up? What's going on? Glass from Norvis. Okay. Norvis. Go to there. Why do I not have a... Why are you not launching? Why is launch delayed? Waiting for an empty landing pad. There isn't a... Yeah, if you want to, if you both fancy joining my, if you want to keep touch on my, try again. If you want to, I do have a Discord for the channel and the server and all the sort of random stuff I do. So, and it has a Factorio chat on it. So if you want to come along and join that, then you're very welcome to. And maybe you'll, and yeah, I hope you find it a useful way to sort of to communicate. So this is empty. This is called Glass from Norvis. And on Norvis, I have a rocket that's to go to Glass from Norvis, and it's waiting for an empty landing pad. What's going on? Launch trigger. Oh, here we go. This is the problem. Launch on cargo full. Maybe? But it still says waiting for an available empty landing pad. Destination is Glass from Norvis. I haven't got multiple things called Glass from Norvis, have I? I mean, that's sort of with different capitalization. Nova. No, I don't. Why is that not launching? Launch trigger was manual, but I fixed that. But it's also saying waiting for an available empty landing pad. Now it's launching. What? I don't understand what happened there. Oh yeah, so using barrel. I hate using barrels. I try and avoid using barrels as much as I possibly can. Basically, it's just the logistics are such a pain. I don't see any point. If you're playing vanilla, you might as well transport all of your fluids around by train and by pipe. I mean, sometimes the pipes can be a little bit funny. I'll admit that. So I can sort of see why you might want to want to not do it quite like that. But I don't think it's worth. No, I don't think barrels are worth it for the extra logistics headaches. In space exploration, I used a few to get my liquids into orbit initially. but I tried to move away from that as quickly as possible and just did coal liquefaction for all of my oil needs. And then eventually, once I had spaceships, I started bringing the oil over by spaceship. Great. I look forward to seeing you both on the Discord. It's linked from basically everywhere. I think it's linked from Twitch all over the place. It's linked from YouTube all over the place. It's in the channel information. There are buttons here, there, and everywhere. But if you can't find it, stick a message on one of my videos, and I'll probably I'll see it fairly quickly and send you an answer. So yeah, as I say, I seem to get through rather a lot of glass. So we're turning huge amounts of stone into the glass down here, and it's being brought our way by train up to here, where we can then load it all into the rockets. Oh, I've got 2 rockets delivering glass from destination glass from North. What? Destination glass from North. Now there's 3 of them apparently, and this one is going to glass from North. I am very confused. There's apparently two drops called glass from Norvis, capital G, capital N. There's apparently 3 places called glass from Norvis, capital G, capital N. I don't understand. There's Noah. Launch cargo full. Launch cargo. I have no idea what's going on with that. However, I'm now fairly... I was going to say I'm now fairly confident there'll be a load of glass on Tulip, but there isn't. Where's it all gone? Did that all just go to... I mean, it might have gone to orbit. If there might have been several places that were starved for glass. Kalidas orbit. Oh, there's been a meteor strike in Kalidas orbit because I didn't go out there to take out more anti-meteor ammunition. I should probably do that actually. Where am I? Oh, I'm here. Okay, let's get some more anti-meteor ammunition, and then go and do that. And then I should probably sign off and go to bed because bed. How much is in here? 200. That's not enough. I don't really want to have to go down to Norvis to pick a load more up, but I might have to. Dum-ty-dum-ty-dum. Right. 5. Fine. I'll take out the 200 because I want to go out and do those repairs anyway. And I can't think of a nice one. I don't have ships regularly going out to Kalidas orbit, so there isn't a good way to get the ammunition out there. No, I want the cargo. I want the glass rockets to go to any drop point that's called glass from Norvis. And there should be at least 2 of them because there's one in orbit and one on Tulip. I want them to go to those, and I want them to go to whichever one needs glass. So as they empty, they should go head off there. Oh, okay. Let's have another look at that then. Norvis, you are any landing pad with name glass from Norvis. Okay. Launch is disabled because it's not got any fuel. This one is OSC. Any pad with name. Ah, thank you. Oh right, yes. There's two landing pads in Norvis orbit that accept glass now. I think because I can't remember. There's something that used enormous quantities of glass up, and so I set up another landing pad for it. So apparently we are getting through glass at an absolutely stupid rate, and apparently rockets at a stupid rate as well. Crikey, basically. I'm making rocket fuel at a rate. It's not a particularly good rate, but it is a rate. I've drained through all of the spare rocket fuel I had. Okay, so rockets. This is interesting. I seem to have got to a point where the rockets are starting to struggle. Or the rocket infrastructure I have is starting to struggle because I seem to be getting through crazy amounts of glass. That's interesting. Um, this rocket is now full. It's just waiting for the rocket fuel. And it's. I think I'm just going to ignore this for now and see if it calms down. Now that I've gone in and made some fixes, it may or it may not calm down. We shall see. But for now, I'm just going to put my fingers in my ears and go la 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 and ignore it, which isn't the best way to play, but meh. Confirm anchor. Right, down here. Try flying rather than just falling with style. Over here in the box, put those things, and actually pick up that. Oh, no, do put in that though. There we go. Right, and that words. Right, and I can come over here and fix all this up. Well, welcome to the Discord, both of you. Thank you for joining. Good to see you there. I'll actually communicate with you on Discord when I finish the stream. Yes. Good, more damaged stuff down here. Why is this damaged? There must have been an asteroid strike sort of nearby, but was it that one? Maybe it's that one. I don't know. Oh, and there's a power. Oh, no, the power is fine because it'll get powered by the spaceship when it arrives. Yeah. Solar percentage here is plus 1400%. So yeah, about 15 times the amount of power it would produce if it was just on Norvis. It's kind of crazy, but that's why I've got my little what's my proto Dyson sphere, should we say, out here, because yes, you produce crazy amounts of power out here. The beam receivers you can't fire at a moving ship, but you can fire a beam receiver at a stationary ship, and you can fire a beam receiver at a point where a ship is going to be, and when the ship is there, the beam receiver will automatically turn on and heat up the ship. So as long as you keep moving the as long as the ships always land in a predictable place for a reasonable amount of time, then you can charge them up again with the beam receivers. Making the main base at the sun is an interesting idea. I can see the use of that, because then you don't have to worry about power. But it would be in the early stages of the game. I think moving everything out there would be a bit more of a headache. So I think, and you get decent amounts of power, and even just in Norvis orbit, and it's not 1500%, but it's 800%. So you get half as much power here. So that's, I think, to be honest, I think for the easier logistics of doing stuff in Norvis orbit, especially very early on, being able to get home with just a rocket pod, it's probably not worth going there. But that said, it's an interesting thing. I would definitely support doing that sort of thing because it's interesting, and well, why not play Factorio your way, etc., etc. So yeah, it's a nice idea. No, I'm not using the flat panel Mark IIIs because I've only got about 5 of them that I nicked off the wrecked spaceship. But train of thought. But I'm not making those yet because it takes a load of naquium, and I don't fancy spending the. I haven't even researched them. I don't really fancy spending the naquium cubes, but even more so to build up these solar panels. Yeah, how much better are they? 1.6 megawatts maximum output versus 800 kilowatts. So they're twice as good, but they cost a load of naquium, basically. That's true. Yes, if I did make a central, if I did play again, I'd have a central location for my main base. Where would I put it? That's an interesting thought. Asalia is a nice one because it's got loads of oil, it's got water, it's got everything, but it's a bit small. I don't. No, press the right buttons. I I don't think this would be big enough, to be honest, especially as it's such a wet, oily planet. I suspect I wouldn't be able to fit everything I wanted onto here, so it would need to be bigger than Asalia. There are asteroid fields. I could build in an asteroid field. You can then build on asteroids, which is fun. But I think no, I need to be on the ground for the boost in efficiency. Strata is 1722 radius compared to So it's about twice the radius of Asalia. So there'd be 4 times as much space. Sterata might be quite a good one, but it's got a really high threat level, so it's probably not worth it from that point of view. Um, I think, to be honest, I'd probably end up using Norvis as my central place. The disadvantage of Norvis is that it's fairly big, so lifting off from it takes quite a lot of fuel. But its positive is it's very big, so you've got lots and lots of space to play with. Um, Ideally, maybe Tulip. How big's Tulip? 2,400. Tulip is probably a good size. Um, I haven't found the edge of Tulip yet. I haven't explored all that hard, but there's a decent amount of space on Tulip. But it's guaranteed to always have a risk of biters because it's a vulcanite planet. No, it's a Vitamelange planet. So Tulip would be quite a good one, I think. Oh, especially given the amount of Vitamelange, looking way forwards, the amount of Vitamelange you get through trying to make trying to make uh, Naquium, that's probably quite a good reason to start on a Vitamelange planet. So yeah, maybe that. But you definitely want to be on a planet so you can use the productivity modules. Um, of the planets I've been to, Trelos is the biggest. Ganymede, no, Ganymede is a bad idea just in general because it's so far away. Nor Kothar maybe. Kothar's a decent size. Basically, any one of these in the sort of 2,500 to 3,500 range is probably a bit of a sweet spot. And you then need to think about where it is in the solar system. So Frost wouldn't be great because you don't get very much solar power, which is going to be a problem early on. But then they'd be using nuclear, so it wouldn't really matter. But it doesn't have any. It does have some uranium. So yeah, there's a lot of things to consider. So I don't have a good answer at this point for that. um, yeah, I guess you could use a lot of landfill to fill in your Asalia. That would give you quite a bit of extra space. But still, the amount of I mean, if we look at Kothar as just an example, because this is a fairly typical one, this is my processing just for the iridium. Now, it's a bit overkill. It's a bit bigger than it needs to be, but let's do an experiment. Copy that and go to how big is this on Asalia? Because I don't have a good feel for the scale of these things. So okay, that's not too bad. But then when you consider you've got half a dozen of these, there's like 5 or 6 different materials you need to deal with. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe you could fit all of your processing of the exotic materials in the northern hemisphere. You then need a big old processing facility for all of the mundane materials in the southern hemisphere, um, all the stuff that comes from the core fragments, and that's a pretty big system as well. If we have a look on Norvis, that system takes up basically all of this. In fact, forget that. You'd also not only do you need that, you need a spaceport as well. So you're actually talking about taking up all of this space. That's 19,000 pieces of belt in that blueprint. That's ridiculous. So now if I go back to Asalia, maybe I could build smaller and more efficiently, but that is okay. Again, that's not so big, but that's going to take. If we reckon the northern hemisphere is processing the exotic materials, then a third of the southern hemisphere is processing the mundane materials, and then you need to have some sort of train system in there for moving everything around. It's going to be a squeeze. Yes, I reckon you probably could fit, if you landfilled all of your Asalia, I reckon you probably could fit everything in there at the scales I've been building at. But you'd have to be a bit more careful than I've been, and it'd be a bit of a it would be interesting, should we say? A slightly larger planet would probably make it quite a bit more reasonable. How big's Greenleaf? Even smaller, if I remember correctly. That's only 560. Um, so Tulip, I think is probably my Goldilocks in this for this sort of thing. Um, just as a sort of a bit of a gut feel at this point. Um, so now that I've finished answering that sort of thought, um, yeah, downsides of building a space base at the sun instead of Norvis orbit, it's further away from everything, basically, especially Norvis. And early on, you tend to be travelling back and forth from Norvis to somewhere to your space base quite a bit, and you're using rockets to do, or at least I was, or you're sending stuff that way, and you're using rockets to do it. So if you're doing it in Norvis orbit, then it's cheap in the fuel, and you can get back for free using the space pod, the rocket pod thing. Um, so that's basically the difference. It's cheaper to get to Norvis, and it's also closer to some of the other places you might be going to. Slightly. I mean that distance is a bit less than that distance, but yeah, that's less of a factor, to be honest. Mostly because it's close to Norvis orbit is close to Norvis, obviously, so it's cheaper and easier and quicker and stuff to get there. And you only get twice as much power from Calidus orbit. So yes, you get twice as much power, but it's not that much more. It's more, but it's not that much more. Yeah, as you say, Leopard. Yes, that's one of the lovely things about Factorio is it, and space exploration, is that it's well balanced, and yeah, so you can do all of these different things. You can set things up you could try skipping rockets. You could go straight to this sun to Calidus orbit and work that and set up there. You can build space trains. You can put trains on spaceships. You can do there was one guy on Reddit who's trying to build he's trying to do a no space scaffolding run. So he's gone out to one of the he's building up his first base on I think presumably Calidus asteroid belt 1. So he's built his entire first stage of his space base onto an asteroid. It's brilliant. There's just, yeah, so many different things you can do, and the wonder of it being so open world is, yeah, there's so much flexibility and so much, and they're all viable. Some of them are silly challenges like the no space scaffolding thing. Others are just how you prefer to do these sort of things yourself. So yeah, there's lots of potential. Why are you sitting there, Umbrella Core? You're supposed to be. Oh, anchor to Myokin orbit. Yeah, okay, let's do that. So this is the ship that I've called the Umbrella Corps, which is a deliberate pun on the Umbrella Corporation from Resident Evil, because someone suggested that, and also it's a sort of slightly militarized ship as well. This is the one that flies out to protect against incoming uh, coronal mass ejections. So it's got an umbrella defense on it, which is hence the name, and it just flies out and will sit happily over wherever the next one, and I can send it to wherever the next one's going to be going to. So the next one is Myokin in 15 hours. So it's going to be like 4 streams off, but it's there anyway. I don't know. It's some guy on Reddit. I saw a post on the Factorio subreddit and thought that's a really cool idea. I like that idea. Yes, masochistic, but really really cool. I think that's a brilliant. I think it's a brilliant idea. More power to him. I'm not going to do it myself, basically. But yeah, I love the idea. Let's turn those back off again because I can't see a blooming thing. And let's have a look on Trelos, see how that spaceship's doing for its fuel at the moment, and how everything's doing for everything's. So these tanks aren't quite full yet. These tanks aren't remotely full yet. How are you doing? 80%. Well, ish. 5/6, slightly less than 80%. No, slightly more than 80%. Sorry. Definitely time to go to bed. And we're filling the 4th train. Oh, actually, no, we're not going to have problems with the amount of stuff produced. Now the 4th train is full, but that just means we can now put it all into the warehouses. So there's no worry about having too many core fragments, not being able to do anything with them. So this is how the system is supposed to work in theory. So this ship leaves, and then as soon as it gets back, the other 2 trains go into it, and then its trains come out. And potentially, actually, if this planet is going to be producing core fragments at the rate it may well be capable of, I could put in a second ship flying out here, to be honest. That is an expansion that's available to me if I want, but I won't be building that out here in situ because this is a bloody stupid idea. It's taken forever. You say that what have I lost on to solar flares? The worst coronal mass ejection was the one that hit Norvis fairly early on, before really had the power to just defend easily against coronal mass ejections, and it took out a large chunk of my green circuit production facility, including literally probably tens of boxes of full of green circuits. So I lost a lot of resources then. Other than that, they're mostly annoying because yeah, they'll land on one of your other planets remotely far away, and if you haven't set up the umbrella defense, they'll sort of bimble across and they'll take out a few buildings or some railway lines or something like that, and they'll just break stuff and it'll just stop working. So I do like to try and I like to try and protect against them as much as I can, and hopefully this umbrella core ship will be able to just head out and do something useful about that. So that's the hope. 525. So still some way to go, but it's working. There's easily enough oil in here to finish fueling the ship up, so it's gonna take off. Are all the yeah these drills are running flat out now. They're producing slightly less than a solid belt because they've reduced in speed because I put in some extra ones. These have stopped. Why have these stopped? What's going on? Because we've got full oil up here because okay, it's basically just the oil isn't flowing out fast enough. What I should probably have done is put some pumps in here to try and get that pushed out a bit more effectively. But it's basically just the oil use, the rate we're using the oil up is insufficient. So I need to come out here at some point and create some sort of. In fact, you know what? Let's. I'm not going to empty the entire system, but I am going to dump some oil like this, and so just so that these things start running a bit more nicely. Oh, well done. I'm impressed. I didn't. Yeah, with nuclear power, you can realistically. Well, I don't know actually. I'm trying to remember because it's been a while since I've had to defend against one of those. But there's if you go back and look for the episode that's called Coronal Math Rejection, I was quite pleased with the pun in that title. I went through and did the numbers on how much my nuclear plant would need to, how well I'd be able to defend against one of those. But I ended up needing these enormous arrays of accumulators because when the when the coronal mass ejection hits, yeah, the total amount of power it uses is sort of manageable, but it peaks really, really high. So I had loads of I had all of these tanks and extra um, generators to produce to kick out a huge amount of power. Sorry, to give me the base load that I needed for it, and to be able to charge up all of the all of the accumulators. And then the accumulators were there just to provide the extra oomph that was needed for the top of the hit. Yeah, I wasn't. I have to admit, I wasn't expecting it to produce quite so much oil. I mean, I should have done because every other planet that's where I'm doing uh, words where I'm doing core mining is producing massive quantities of the other thing that's produced, and then only a relatively small amount of cores. But somehow I just hadn't really thought about it. Probably because Acelia over here is. I just haven't noticed the amount of oil it's producing because it's all going into the station and then being taken away by trains. So, yeah. Oh well, we'll get there eventually. Right, it is now almost 11:30 here in the sunny, no, very dark UK. So I'm going to go to bed. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. It's been a nice stream actually. It's been good to get back and do this again. I did kind of miss. Well, I was away having fun, but I kind of missed. I'm not going to say I missed doing it at the time, but I miss having done it. Does that make sense? Do you know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I mean. I'm probably making no sense whatsoever. But it's been a pretty good stream, I think. I started off fixing up all the power problems on Acelia, and then I went off to Trelos and got stuck out here and stranded, and eventually managed to rescue myself and did some very very early basic Factorio stuff. Although thank you to Tristan for pointing out that I could use the core fragments, pulverizing those to make the ores rather than having to actually just well, mine it out with one of these things, which would have been a bit ridiculous. Oh dear. Yeah, so I will be back on Monday for the Minecraft. That's the other game we're playing, Minecraft stream with some friends. So yeah, please come along to that one. You don't need to wait 2 weeks for another one of my streams because we will be doing that one. I've got quite a busy weekend coming up, so I don't know if I'll be doing anything over the weekend, although I do have some DIY streams I want to do at some point, and some DIY stuff I want to do at some point as well. Um, there will of course be the catch-up videos for both Minecraft and Factorio at the weekend. Those are a nice way of, if you can't make the streams or you don't want to watch me playing for 4 hours, you can catch up with the whole thing in typically less than half an hour. Although sometimes I do waffle a little bit, you might have noticed. And if I can scrape the time together to get it finished off, then there'll be some GTA videos coming out on Thursdays as well, and maybe some Factorio tutorials as well. I'm enjoying making those, and they seem to be quite popular as well. So we'll see how they get on. 572, it's nearly there. So I reckon by the time I've done, depending on whether I save after I've done the next video, after I've done my catch-up video, this ship may or may not have launched by the next stream. So thank you very much for watching. I'll be back on Monday, but I'll be back playing Factorio again in 2 weeks. So thank you very much for coming along, and I'll see you then. Bye bye.